Уважаемые участники мероприятия,
пресс-конференция президента Российской Федерации начнется через 5 минут. Выключите, пожалуйста, мобильные телефоны и наденьте маски. Все сумки просьба опустить вниз за рабочие стулья. Просьба к журналистам, сидящим в центральном секторе, не поднимать плакаты выше головы. Вопросы президенту России можно задать с помощью микрофонов, которые находятся у сотрудников пресс-службы. Dear participants, the press conference of the President of Russia begins in 5 minutes. We kindly ask you to switch off your cell phones, put your handbags under the chairs, and put on your face masks. We also ask all the journalists sitting in the central sector not to raise your posters above your head. President's press office staff will provide you with a microphone to ask a question during the press conference.
Dear friends, good afternoon. Hello. You can see that we observe the social distancing rules, and that is the recommendation of the regulator, sanitary regulator, Rospotrebnadzor. So please keep that up and change your mask every hour and a half or 2 hours. And each time we'll change the covers for the mics, and they will be changed each time, and you may be able to take them as souvenirs afterwards. And please turn off your cell phones or mute them. Let's respect each other, and please introduce yourselves, especially those whom I do not know personally, the bulk of you, the majority of you, and name your mass media. And let's be succinct and concise to save time and give President the chance to take as many questions as possible. He's coming in a second. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I think we can start working. Well, it's a bit far, I'm in the distance, but I hope that technically it has been properly arranged and you can hear me well enough. And I hope I will also hear you well. Mr. Peskov, I believe that we don't need a lengthy introduction. Let's kick off. That will be better and more interesting for everybody. In the course of the press conference, I'll try to take your questions. And without any introductory remarks, I will satisfy your curiosity and inform you what the outcomes of this year are and what we expect in the near future and what will be our aspirations. Okay, off we go. At the outset, I'd like to give the floor to the absolute dean of the Russian diplomatic corps, one of the heads of the Interfax news agency, Vyacheslav Terehov. Please fetch the mic to the first row. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Well, that will be my sound. My volume will be a bit muted or mixed or dampened. You said that you will tell us a word about the economic development. So, this past 2 years, we have been waging a global war against COVID, and now it's going to be a war against Omicron. So, how that impacted the economy of our country, and how can we get out of that pit? Are there any enablers or drivers? And do we have to expect our aim for a full vaccination to provide for the successful economic development? And the main question to you, of course, is how you assess the work of the economic headquarters, which is the government, as well as the central bank. And I have just mentioned the central bank. And I just have recalled that I quite often asked you questions about the central banks, but this is a mere coincidence. Thank you. Well, if I take all your questions, I think, well, if I am able to do that, I think that will bring the press conference to an end and will last through the press conference because they are overarching. They're quite general, and they encompass the main areas of our activities. You have said that the world has been in warfare against COVID, and that is still ongoing, and we know about the dangers of the spread of the Omicron strain. But I really hope that we will talk that during today's press conf. As you know, a group of our doctors and medics is now in the South African Republic, where the strain originates from. And this undertaking is successful, a special thanks to the South African colleagues. Well, with respect to the impact on the Russian economy and what we expect in the near future, well, we also talked a lot about that. And definitely our economy being faced off with the COVID challenge and the forced restrictions in our economy and the social sphere. And I will talk about that at length today. So still, we turned kind of more mobilized and prepared for such shocks than many other developed and advanced economies. If you take 5-7 leading economies or even G20, our economy fell by around 3%, which is much better than other leading economies, and we recovered at a much faster pace. And you know the figures. Last year we could speak about the nascent trends, and now I have a chart in front of me with some numbers. not to invent things. The GDP growth is expected at 4.5% this year. As of October, it was 4.3. The industrial output increases by 5%, and the processing industries by 5.2%. The crops of grains this year are a bit below the previous levels. 123 million tons versus 135 last year. That is a very good outcome and will be self-sufficient and will have a lot of capability for exports. The fixed investments are at 7.6% as of November, and as of 2021 we'll have a 6% rise. Last year we had a slump of 1.4, and our construction has been doing quite well. 90 million of new square meters built for the first time ever in our news history. And I'd like to congratulate all the construction workers, all the personnel, the construction personnel, and the managers and everybody. The real salary take-home pay, average take-home pay, has started growing, and the real disposable incomes are now on the rise. Last year we had -2%, and this year we expect a growth, and definitely we'll talk inflation, and inflation is at 8% as we project, which is much more than previously expected. But anyway, the real salary growth is around 4.1% as of 2021. The real income will increase by 5.3%. Definitely this is the average indicators. Well, we do have, for the sake of statistics, to handle average values and numbers, to have some benchmarks, and we'll talk our incomes and livelihoods in greater detail. The unemployment rates. Our target was to return to the pre-pandemic levels, but now we have our unemployment lower than we had before. We had 4.6 to 4.7% of unemployment. Now it's 4.3 or 4.4% in 2021, which is a very good parameter of the overall economic performance. Although some of the hardships arise with respect to the labor market, and the number of the people employed on construction sites and in the construction sector. So the trade account is now last year was at 24 billion of surplus, and this year the trade account will be 184. The foreign debt has gone down slightly to around 4%, which is one of the lowest parameters worldwide. Other important numbers that testify to the performance of the government, the central bank, and the state per se. The international reserves was at 595 billion USD. Now it is at 625. And the National Welfare Fund is at 185 billion USD, which speaks about the good macroeconomic performance and the sustainability of our economy. And what worries us is the life expectancy. It was 71.5 years, and now the life expectancy has gone down slightly to 71 years, which probably is accounted for partly by the pandemic of COVID. So more or less it is like this. And I think that the work of the government and the central bank deserves, well, a satisfactory mark, a satisfactory grade. The results are positive. So now, with respect to the growth drivers and enablers and the vaccination, whether we need a sweeping vaccination or not, well, we have talked about those growth drivers a lot with respect to our specific situation in this country. starting from the post-war period since the end of World War II in 1945. I mean, the challenges and the drivers that we face. I've just talked about greater mortality rates and lower life expectancy. And in this respect, one of the main problems, main goals of ours is aggravating. I mean, the demographics from the humanitarian standpoint and from the geopolitical standpoint, the population 146 million for this vast and huge territory is insufficient, and economics-wise, we lack the manpower. Now we have 81-something million of the working age people, and we are to increase that considerably by 2024 to 2030. That will be one of the economic growth enablers. And I underscore the geopolitical component and the humanitarian dimension. So saving our people, which the famous writer Solzhenitsyn told us about, is one of the overarching goals of ours. Besides, and apart from that, we should develop our infrastructure, and we have been taking strenuous efforts in this respect. You know that 500 billion was earmarked out of the federal budget to improve our infrastructure directly. Then within the national projects, we put up to 160 billion, then 400, and next year it's going to be 460 billion more. From the National Welfare Fund, we will spend 2.5 trillion rubles in the forthcoming years. We'll put that up in infrastructure. And the third growth driver would be improving our labor productivity, which can be broken down in education measures, digitalization, and healthcare initiatives, and a number of programs that we have in the pipeline. We know what to do. We have designed all of them, and the funds are stipulated, and we have them. We will be progressively disbursing funds, and what we need is the maximum return from each ruble that we invest. And then another question of yours about the sweeping vaccination. Well, like in many other countries, unfortunately, let's take Europe. They, like in Germany, for example, they are concerned about the low levels of vaccination, although this health care system of theirs is savaged by critiques, but still they have a low level. Ours is 59.4%. I mean, the vaccination rate. I learned that yesterday. I knew last night is going to be one of the main topics of our meeting, and I talked with Madam Popova and Madam Golikova. 59.4% is the herd immunity in this country, which includes those previously infected and those vaccinated. And we have around 70 million people with the first jab, and quite a considerable number with 2 jabs, but that is insufficient. We need to reach the herd immunity at around 80%. I hope that next year, in late first quarter or in the second quarter, we'll accomplish that. In some countries, they speak that the herd immunity should stand at 90 to 95%. Well, it is more or less like this. Thank you. We continue. Let's take our major news agencies. The TASS Newswire. A very good day. TASS Newswire. Veronika Chotkina is my name. I'd like to follow up on that topic and speak about this welfare spending. Of late, the government has stepped these expenditures up, and judging by the recently approved budget for the forthcoming 3 years, this will be the trend. And not long ago there was a discussion about curbing the social spending next year. Will you comment on that, on those claims, and what would be your characteristic of the new budget? Is it going to be a development budget or a welfare-centered budget? Let me finish just a second. And whether it is possible to further increase the social spending amid the pandemic. If that is to happen, have you assessed any possible risks of losing control over the inflation, which has been soaring? Well, the budget quality and budget characteristic of mine, well, it is definitely a welfare-centered budget. Yesterday we talked about that with the colleagues from the government. If we take the healthcare and welfare spending, the healthcare federal expenses and the mandatory medical insurance in the regional budgets, they spend around 1.5 to 1.7 trillion rubles on healthcare. So it is an obvious growth, and I recall that we planned to have 3.6 trillion rubles of spending on healthcare from two sources. I mean, the federal appropriations and the mandatory medical insurance spending. And this year we'll have around 3.9 to 4 trillion. Next year we plan to have 4 trillion, but I'm sure we'll have more. These are real numbers, and that does not include the regional spending, which fluctuates around 1.6 to 1.7 trillion of rubles per annum, which is quite a hefty deal of subsidies. With respect to the welfare, definitely we'll also have growth in this sphere.
Even under the conditions of the pandemic, when we were building up the work to support the most vulnerable and damaged areas of the economy and the industries, we are talking about enormous figures of 4.5% of the national GDP last year, and this year it is almost 1% of the GDP, which means almost 5.5% of the GDP in total. This is not just about allocating the money. This is about the economy in general. Even with the support of the damaged industries, we were always aspiring to save the jobs. We're doing everything to support the people with low income, the vulnerable groups of people, namely the young families, families with children. I can move on very long talking about that, but let me give you another few groups. You know all of them. We have expanded the number of families who are receiving the social support from the state. Simply the number of families has increased. Those who have children from 0 to 3 years old. Besides, we have also started to pay the family capital social support for the families who have their first child. We also pay benefits for the pregnant women who are in a vulnerable social situation. We are paying additional funds for the families with children aged from 3 to 7, and we're also making single-time payments of 5 or 10,000 rubles for various categories of citizens. First of all, we're talking about the people who are financially vulnerable. This is an entire number of tools and measures that we're employing. 4.5 trillion rubles last year was allocated for that. And this year, we have continued a number of measures aimed at the same goal. The main goal, let me reiterate, is to support the people directly or support them through the businesses. The businesses are getting the money only if they can save the jobs and if they can retain a certain level of wages. Besides, we have increased the minimal wages and the minimum livelihood payments, and the increase might seem rather modest, but the whole meaning is to improve and increase the social benefits, which affects millions of people, since the minimal payment is defining the social benefit sums, and this also reflects on the indexation of the retirement benefits. So there is absolutely no doubt that our national budget is socially oriented. Right now, answering the question from your colleague, speaking of the drivers for the economic growth, I mentioned the absolutely unprecedented plans on the infrastructural development. And see the enormous resources that we're allocating. The National Welfare Fund is allocating 2.5 trillion. 500 billion have already been allocated, and next year we will allocate additional 460 billion. We're improving the productivity, the efficiency. We're digitizing the economy almost in all of the industries. We're allocating great funds for this end, and sure, our budget is absolutely social, aimed at the continued development of the country. This is absolutely obvious if we take a look at the figures. Thank you. Yes, please. I would like to precise and specify one more thing. I was asking if the growth of the social expenditure would affect the inflation. Yes, I forgot about that, sorry. You're absolutely right to say that this is one of the key issues in the area of sustaining the macroeconomic stability of the country, since many leading economies of the world are changing their macroeconomic policy and significantly increasing the intensity of money printing. These are obvious things, and therefore this results in great inflation figures in the leading world economies, which is obvious and apparent for everyone. These are the figures that we're all aware of. The budget deficits are on the rise in all of the leading economies, including the United States, with a bit higher figures and slightly lower in the Eurozone, but still they have significant figures for inflation which are uncharacteristic of them. But if we take a look at the world's leading economy, the United States of America, they have 6.1 or 6.2% of inflation, while their target inflation is 2%. This means a threefold increase over the target inflation rate. In Russia, it's also large, 8%. Our target was 4%, which means a twofold increase compared to the target inflation. They have a threefold increase. This is quite serious, and I believe the Federal Reserve will have to do something about that. Their monetary policy is affecting the macroeconomics, and finally it nullifies and cancels out the good and noble goals that they're using, including the support of the economy and the support of the country's citizens. This also exists in Russia, since 8% is a large figure, and naturally we need to come back to the target goal of 4%. Sure, we can blame the central bank, and I'm staying in constant contact with our colleagues from the real sector of the economy, from the production, and I know how they're blaming the central bank. I'm aware of their arguments. I see and hear it almost every day. And you see this on the TV, and people come to me sitting 3 meters from me, and this is only a small share of the entirety of my contacts, which is not shown on camera or on television. I see this and hear this every day. I meet people, I hold sessions and discussions. Some people are staying further away, so you can't see that. But we are talking about this every day, and I am well aware of the dissatisfaction of the real sector from the changing rates. But if we don't do that, we might end up like Turkey. This is the problem. And this is a serious matter and a serious challenge. Naturally, we need to be very careful when we use this tool, but the central bank is conducting an independent policy. This might seem weird, but I do not interfere in the work of the central bank, but I am positive about its work. And I believe that overall we're trying to find the golden middle, the balance between the increase of rates and the threats which might arise from that, which means the decrease of the growth rate. We need to have 3.4, 3.5% of the growth rate in the upcoming future. Now we have 4.6% of the growth. We need 4.5%. This would be good. But the increased rates are limiting the possibilities for growth. But so far we haven't seen that, since the loan volume is not decreasing and the banking system is growing. Sberbank is getting trillions of revenue. So this is why, so far, the golden middle ground has been found. Let us continue with the third major agency, RIA News. Please, the mic for RIA News agency in the central sector. Please turn around. Hello, Elena Glushakova, RIA News Agency. Thank you. You have just been talking about social support, but another important aspect is the business aspect. Where do you think is the balance between the restrictive anti-COVID measures and the need to save the economy, since the restrictions are often damaging for the large and small businesses, the retail and small restaurants and cafes, small shops, the cinema industry, movie industry and entertainment? And another related question, what is your opinion on the work of the regional authorities who, during the pandemic, have received very wide competencies and used them differently while introducing various kinds of restrictions? In your view, were they successful in this work, and how would you evaluate their work? All right. First of all, speaking of the businesses and the support for that, you said that it was damaging the large business and small business alike. Well, small business is taking most of the damage in this case. Sure, there are certain negative aspects in the work of large industries. We have also elaborated certain support measures for these industries and businesses. All the leading industries have received support. The large businesses received 8 packages, which was my request at the beginning of last year, and the government actually did that. They adopted a number of measures which were quite beneficial for our large industries and businesses, the holdings. And they worked quite well without any problems, and in some cases they even managed to increase their production volumes. Speaking of the defense industry, they have also increased their production. Speaking of the small and medium-sized enterprises, we know that we're talking about the restaurants, cafes, the fitness halls, the cinemas, and even theaters and museums and so on. All the areas related with servicing the population have suffered, and they have received the necessary support from us. There was an entire package of measures which I will not go into detail about. We're talking about reduced rate loans and direct support measures aimed at preserving the jobs and the wages. And also the benefits and reduced rates for the loans and the delayed payments for the loans, the benefits for the rent payments. And by the way, we have extended certain measures, and we have always been allocating great resources from the federal budget to that end. The government is doing that deliberately, understanding the actual situation that we're facing. Sure, some things could be done more delicately or faster, but I would like to pay due respect for my colleagues. They are always maintaining direct contacts with the business community. You know that recently I was attending an event of the RSPP, and I was meeting the authorities and the leaders of the Russian industrial groups, including those who are working in the small and medium-sized businesses. But overall, people are quite understanding of the situation, and they have a positive evaluation of the government's efforts to support the businesses. By the way, the results are quite good. As I said previously, we have overcome the crisis faster than many of the world's economies. The decrease was more modest, and we have recovered faster. This is a good result, I believe. Now, speaking of the second part of your question, yes, exactly, the evaluation of the regional authorities. I have talked about this many times, and let me repeat, I believe you might agree, this was the way that was followed by many countries of the world. We were the first to say that our country is large and the regional situations may be different, which is exactly why we have the central authority from the federal center, we have the Federal Commission, which has decided to allocate some of the authorities to the regional level to make sure they have the opportunity to manage the situation in their own regions. We cannot compare Chukotka Peninsula and Moscow. These are totally different regions with different epidemic situations since we have enormous geographical territories. Let me repeat, just like in any big undertaking, something could be done better, something could be done more delicately, but overall the regional authorities have shown themselves as very responsible people. They were not afraid of taking hard decisions. The government, the federal center, has always been supportive of the regions who were conducting the necessary steps and taking the necessary decisions. And when they needed support from the federal budget, they were receiving that multifold. The interaction between the federal center and the regions of Russia has given us the necessary results and outcomes. All right, let us move further. Let us take a question from the regions. Please, do not yell. Oh, they will. All right. Let us take a question from a lady in a yellow vest with a sign saying City for Life. Please. Hello. I'm Lyudmila Danilkina from the city of Veliki Novgorod. Our city, which has been visited by you, Mr. Putin, many times, is quite small, but very beautiful with an ages-long history, and it is no accident that I mention the history of the city, since my question is partly related with the city environment. What city would you personally, apart from St. Petersburg and Moscow, would you choose to live in? This is the first part of the question, a personal one, I would say, and the second part is related with the Novgorod region. Our region is located very well between the two capitals, which is quite beneficial for the territorial development, but we have much more opportunities for development, and we would develop even faster if we had a high-speed railway track. There's been a lot of talk about that, both at the federal and the regional levels, and I would like to find out if there is any prospect in the implementation of these large-scale projects in our territory. Thank you. Okay. Speaking of the city I would like to live in, well, you mentioned apart from Moscow and St. Petersburg. Well, why did you exclude Moscow and St. Petersburg? They are also cities of the Russian Federation. I was born in one of them. This is my native city, which is exactly why. First of all, as you were asking this question, I was thinking about St. Petersburg. But we have a great number of small and large cities, and they are quite actively developing. But first of all, we must pay closer attention to the smaller cities. We have always been talking about this, and recently we've been taking great effort to develop the infrastructure. First of all, to make the links between the territories, using the railroad tracks, the car highways, as well as creating the air transportation, sea and river transportation. This is one of the drivers for the economic growth, and we will invest great resources for such developments. The links are the key. You may live in the conditions of a good environment and you might live well, and at the same time you must have an opportunity to reach your job or to change your job and transfer to another region. Improving the population mobility is one of our key priorities. And let me repeat. First of all, I was thinking about St. Petersburg, my native city, but The south is developing very well. Take a look at Krasnodar and the coastal region, the Crimea, let's say. Now, moving back to the infrastructure, we're talking about the development of the Eastern Front. But apart from that, we also have Moscow and Kazan, as well as the other cities up to Tyumen. We're planning to reach the high-speed railways all the way there and then connect all the cities, giving the people an opportunity to feel connected in an affordable and available environment. Everyone must reach another place to meet their friends and colleagues, to reach their jobs, to reach other places which have other aspects of development. People must reach the museums, the cultural centers, and so on. Which is why I believe we have a great number of very beautiful and nice cities where everyone can feel comfortable. But speaking of the high-speed railway tracks, this is another topic which is currently under development. If we actually construct this railway track, sure, this will affect the city of Veliki Novgorod. Having a high-speed railway means you must have stops along the way, and Veliki Novgorod is one of the major places where the train could make a stop. And the airway connection will stop existing if we establish this high-speed railway track, since it would only take around 3 hours to go from the center of Moscow to the center of Petersburg. Sometimes it takes 1.5 hours to reach the airport in Moscow, which is why the aircraft are losing their meaning. So we must evaluate everything and consider all the options. Take a look at the experience of other countries in the construction of high-speed railways. Let's say the People's Republic of China has many similar railway tracks between the cities, and up until recently they were not profitable, even in China, meaning that this is a country with 1.5 billion people of population. We must calculate everything.
And of course, we understand that sometimes it makes sense to use railways, sometimes to use aircraft. Currently, the situation is being studied at the expert level. Alexander Gamov, were you the one who shouted out just before that? Yes, Komsomolskaya Pravda, yes. They will give you the mic now. No, I was not the one to shout out. Well, then ask your question. Thank you. Mr. President, thank you very much for coming here, because Dmitry Peskov told us it was your initiative. If you don't mind, I would like to get back to the topic that you raised when you spoke in response to Mr. Terekov's question at the very beginning of the press conference. You met our scientists and experts. So what do you think causes the new waves of coronavirus? Because every succeeding wave is stronger than the previous ones. So how certain are we of the vaccine's efficiency, and what are we to do with vaccination, revaccination, and why the mortality rates are so high? Because so far you haven't cited the figures, but every day around 1,000 people dies of coronavirus on a daily basis. And just recently, I made a terrible discovery. I looked at the mortality rates across the world. Every day around 6,700 people die on a daily basis. So the figures are very high. Well, let's have a look at Austria, for instance, a democratic country. There are fines for people who have not got a vaccine. Maybe we could introduce criminal liability for those who urge other people not to go to see a doctor. You know, it's just occurred to me. I remember you said that Russia was in a difficult spot because it was being surrounded and all that. So we simply cannot afford it. We cannot afford thousands of people dying every day whenever we could, and we cannot afford that now. So maybe we need some political will on the part of the country's leadership, and we'll support you. Well, you said Russia was being surrounded. Was I the one to say that? Well, in the west, in the east, in the north, the new systems are being deployed, especially in the west. I think once we turn to international relations, we'll have a closer look at that. But of course, it's very difficult to surround Russia's territory, even though I think modern systems give grounds to believe that it is possible. Now, as far as new waves of coronavirus are concerned and the new strains, well, this is due to virus's capability to mutate. The new virus mutates, so the answer is simple as that. And that is why new strains pop up. And these strains appear in those countries where there are some issues with healthcare systems, where the immunity level is low. Let's have a look at African countries, and some of them there is the problem with HIV, and that's why new strains can appear. It's no surprise. And that is why I say that it is very important to achieve mutual recognition of vaccines. We need to spread vaccines across the world as soon as possible and as abundantly as possible. Otherwise, we will not be able to overcome this issue on a global scale, and humanity will have to live with that and suffer terrible losses. We have this new term, excessive mortality. You know, it's just terrible. Now, as far as COVID mortality rates are concerned, they're difficult to calculate, and not because anyone tries to hide that. Far be it from me, for us. On the contrary, I call on our healthcare system to be as transparent, as open as possible. And I'll be quite frank with you. I want this transparency for people to understand how important vaccination is. So why do you have high mortality rates? Because we have a low level of herd immunity, 54.9%. The vaccination rates are not high. Our neighbors say that we need to hit 90%, more than that, whereas our rates are very low, 59.4%. So as far as criminal liability goes, I don't think we need to do that. And it's not about the political will. The thing is, any action brings up the proportionate reaction. If you start exerting pressure, you know, our people are very inventive, and they will devise ways to circumvent these attempts at exerting pressure on our population. And they will find a way. And that is why we need to follow another path. We need to treat our people with respect, regardless of their position. And we need to patiently explain to them the need for certain measures to be taken. Let's have a look at vaccination. You asked how scientists explain new incidences of contracting a disease after suffering a disease once. You know, it happens. Yes, there are people who already contracted a disease, and after some time they contract it once again. There are many media sitting here and in Russia and across the border say that just 1% of recovered contract the disease once again, and 3 to 4% of vaccinated people can contract a disease. So, of course, After vaccination, the disease is far milder. The consequences is not as severe, and we need to explain that to the people. In the Soviet era, no one bothered to explain anything to the people. They just made people take a jab. And, you know, those who brought about the collapse of the Soviet Union right now are among the first to fight against vaccination. They share their doubts about the need for vaccination, but this is not an honest position. If people are well educated, if they are understanding, if they care about their voters, about people whom they have to protect, then they have to take a principled position instead of just, you know, veering here and there, trying to get a score out at the expense of the health of the nation. On the contrary, they need to treat people with respect. They have to explain to them the need to get vaccinated. And I think if this is the path we follow, then we will secure the necessary outcomes. Other measures are not going to be as productive. You asked whether we need to introduce harsher fines and measures for not getting vaccinated. Let's have Germany. The measures there are very strict, but you see the results are not that better. We need to fight infractions. If you try to fake a certificate, then of course responsibility will have to be taken. And I think there are 270 cases like that when certificates are being forged, and we have to fight that. And we also have to explain to people to raise their awareness. Yes, you know, I don't think he's going to give the floor to BBC, so I will do that for you. BBC, please. Yes, please. Give the mic, please, to our colleague. Mr. President, hi, Piotr Kozlov, BBC Russian Service. Last year, Russia designated as extremist Navalny's headquarters, and Navalny is in prison. He conducted an investigation, and he said that he had found the people who had poisoned him. And there are more than 100 media in the list of foreign agents. Most of them made their way to this list over the last 6 months. So can you explain what happened in Russia that the number of foreign media has soared so high? And a couple of words about the history. You speak often about history. You remember history well, and you will probably remember that every time when the in Russia, when authority was concentrated in the power in the hands of one force, and when Russia was in the stage of acute confrontation with the West, then it brought about a reaction, a plunge in the country into revolution and wars. So don't you think that having all the power in the country, you are laying the groundwork for such revolutions and wars? Yes, thank you. Speaking about history, I would like to remind you of what our opponents have been saying over many centuries. Russia cannot be defeated. Russia can only be disintegrated from inside the country, something which was achieved successfully during the First World War, or to be more precise, after the war, as an outcome of that. And then it happened in the 90s when the Soviet Union collapsed. But who did that? Those who were servicing the interests of other countries, interests that are not the same as the interests of the Russian people and the citizens of Russia. You spoke about that person whom we allegedly poisoned. We sent many letters from the prosecutor generals office asking for any evidence to corroborate his claims. Not a single evidence, not a single piece of evidence was provided. So what does it tell us? Not a single piece of evidence was given to us. You know, about this Novichok. Well, we suggested that our experts go there, work with our counterparts. I made this proposal personally to the Chancellor of Germany, to the President of France. I asked them to provide us with a chance to send our experts, give us something to bring criminal charges. But no, not a single piece of evidence was given to us. Only silence on the other side. So I don't think we need to talk about that. Let's just turn the page if they can respond nothing to our queries. Now, as far as these people in prison, you should not commit crimes trying to disguise that as political action. Now, the last question was about foreign agents and media on the list. This law is not something we came up with on our own. You currently act as a representative of the UK, and the UK is the closest ally of the US, and these countries are considered as beacons of democracy. In the US, adopted the similar law in the 1930s. It's not important that the law was adopted back then. The thing is, it's still in force right now. There's 0.34% of organizations have been designated as foreign agents. And, it's the same in Russia, just the same ratio, 0.34%. And there is a difference, however. There are criminal charges possible there if you are not in compliance with the law, and you risk up to 5 years in prison. And even if you do that, but it's too late, then there is the possibility of facing criminal charges and a sentence of up to 5 years in prison. Whereas in Russia, it's not like that at all. We just want the organizations who get funding from abroad and are active in Russia, we want them to be transparent about that. They have to declare that they get money from abroad. Our law is far more liberal. If you think that that is not sufficient, just as your colleague says that, criminal charges have to be brought against people who refuse to get vaccinated, well, we can introduce similar clauses into our law like the US, and if you do not close your activities and you get money from abroad, we can use the same measures as the US. But so far, the law is far more liberal. Yes, there are issues about some procedural matters. There are 74 organizations that have been designated as foreign agents out of 200,000 non-government organizations that are registered in Russia. Just 0.34%. But the measures against these organizations are not as harsh as in the US. Now let me move on to the separation of powers. We have 3 branches of power: the legislative, the executive, the judiciary, and in every country at different stages of the history there are some nuances to the cooperation, interaction of these branches of power. We need them to be separate. We need at the same time to make sure that our country is coherent, that it strives to move into the future. And of course, it is up to the Russian people to make a decision on the future of our country. It's not up to those whom you service today. Thank you. Let's move on. I suggest we should turn to TV channels now. Rather, Zina Alava, please. There's no need to introduce yourself. Good afternoon, Mr. President, colleagues. We started to talk about history, it's just like Gorchakov said, Russia is concentrating, and of course we want to concentrate on our internal issues and address them on our own. At the same time, for the last several weeks, the foreign media are clamoring that Russia is preparing for war, that it threatens Ukraine with war. You give course to foreign leaders, and you try to reassure them. As a result, you have to send your own proposals to them, rules of the game, red lines from our point of view. So in the past, it wasn't like that. Right now, we have come up with our priorities of our security, our interests, and of course, from history, we know that after any negotiations, agreements can stay on the paper. After negotiations, smallest provocation is enough for the agreements to be set aside. So, Mr. President, what are we to do? What are your realistic forecasts? And if they're clamoring about a possible war, do we consider such a possibility if a provocation happens or anything? You remembered Gorchakov, the beginning of his phrase, Russia is concentrating. But, there was the first part of this phrase, of this quote. He was asked whether Russia was angry, and he said, no, Russia is not angry, Russia is simply concentrating. So let me give you a very succinct answer. You remember that the tensions started to flare up in 2014. Before 2014, despite the fact that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist and some parts of historically Russian territories with Russian population ended up outside Russia's borders in Ukraine, but we were okay with that. Moreover, we helped them build their countries, and we were willing to work, to cooperate with all governments regardless of their political orientation. Let me remind you of our relationship with President Yushchenko and Prime Minister Tymoshenko, just as the current leadership of Ukraine. They were not shy about their pro-Western orientation. Yes, we had disputes with them about gas, but we managed to arrive at an agreement. So we were cooperating, and we were willing to continue that cooperation. And it even didn't occur to us to do anything about the Crimea. But what happened in 2014? There was a bloody coup d'etat. People were burned alive, were killed. I am not speaking about who is to blame for that, however.
Well, there was some legitimate outcry of the Ukrainian nationals with respect to what was happening inside that country. And the then incumbent President Yanukovych agreed to that, and the three foreign ministers from Poland, Germany, and France provided guarantees for a peace. Peaceful development of the situation. I spoke back then with the Donbass should belong to Ukraine, and they created a brand new country that never existed, which is the Ukrainian Republic, and they pushed some of the historically Russian territories into that new republic. back then when the USSR was established. But back in 2014, we had to do something about that, and that gave rise to the crisis that has been evolving ever since. The Ukrainian authorities twice tried to, well, try a military solution. I tried to persuade him not to resort to a military solution, I mean Poroshenko, and still he did that, and then followed the Minsk package of measures. Is it a good package or a bad one? It's the only possible option. What is the problem, you may ask? Well, they don't want to comply with that, to honor that. And they adopted the law on indigenous peoples, and they proclaimed Russians that have always lived there not to be an indigenous ethnicity. And there are some other interethnic differences there. Then comes the law on the language. They're trying to oust the Russian speakers from their historically occupied territories. Everybody has been saying that Russia should abide by the Minsk agreements. Okay, and we said okay, and the government then introduced a law on the transition period that this is a draft law that bans amnesty there. And instead of elections, this law stipulates for some martial law and lustration instead of an amnesty. This is what the draft law spells out, and it was received a go-ahead by the Venice Commission. How shall we react to that? Then comes the domestic policy situation of theirs. Everybody has saying, well, a war is in the offing, and everybody is warning us against interfering and threatening with sanctions. Shall we be bracing ourselves? How shall we respond? What shall we think about all that? So we shall respond somehow, and probably a second option would be creating an anti-Russia on that territory that will be injected and pumped with state-of-the-art arms, and the residents there would face constant brainwashing and will have to look and control what new types of arms are supplied there. We should keep track of that. And, when they have these new arms, they could prod the radicals to try to resort to a military option for the Donbass. And then comes the Crimea platform. Well, on the sidelines, they have been saying, behind the scenes, they have been saying that Crimea is settled, but still this Crimea platform emerges. But for our country, we should think about our security for the mid and long run. We shouldn't look back at that territory all the time. This is a formidable issue. And I've been talking about our welfare, healthcare, and infrastructure measures. Will they mean a lot if we are plunged in a conflict? But we don't want that. It is not our choice. This is why I responded to President Biden's proposal, and he proposed over the phone to designate responsible people to hold strategic stability talks. And yes, I believe that it is important, and one of the most important pillars thereof is providing security on this track, in this area. We want our security ensured and guaranteed there. And definitely we have come clean saying that, well, there should be no expansion of NATO eastwards, and the ball is in their court now, and they should respond. And by and large, we are seeing positive traction at this point. The American partners have said that they're ready to wade into this discussion at the very start of the year in Geneva. And their representatives have been authorized. I hope this will be the scenario that we'll take. Okay, probably now the regional media. Mr. Peskov, may I pick one? China. I see the poster China. Is it Xinhua? No, it is Sector C2. Fetch a mic there, please. Xinhua. Oh no, you have overshot. Well, I meant a different journalist. I apologize, you haven't been given the chance. Oh, these bureaucrats. A good day, Mr. President. Xinhua News Agency, China. You had a video conference with President Xi Jinping of China, and you have noted that our bilateral relations are an epitome of intergovernmental cooperation in the 21st century. And at this critical international juncture, how can you further comment on your assessment? Well, just understand it as it is. There are no hidden pretexts here or subtexts. You know, the relationship between the Russian Federation and the PRC is established right like I characterized it. And President Xi and myself, we call each other friends, and we have a good personal contact, which is confidence-based, and that helps us, building upon that, develop our business and economic ties. Asia has been a rapidly developing region, and China is definitely a major powerhouse of the global and the regional economy. Naturally, we are developing our relations with them. We have more than 100 billion of bilateral trade, and we have surpassed the pre-pandemic levels. China is our #1 trade partner, and we work in energy. We both undertook the commitments to reach the carbon neutrality by 2060, but before, we'll be supplying all types of energy resources to China, and we will be ready to do it afterwards, because history will not end in 2060, and carbon neutrality may be attained differently. And if the use of fossils is also an option, but they will have to be absorbed and sunk properly. We cooperate in nuclear energy, high-tech, and space exploration. We have been toiling in culture interaction, just the cross years of youth, science, education, and culture that knits us together and brings us closer to one another, improving the people-to-people contacts. We cooperate on security, and the Chinese army receives a lot of state-of-the-art Russian weaponry, and we have been together designing high-tech arms. We work in space, in aviation, both on aircraft and helicopters, and definitely we hold joint maneuvers between our armies. We participate in international combat games. We pursue joint patrolling at sea and in the air. This is an unparalleled strategic partnership that has no equal in the global history. And this is the daily strenuous efforts of ours, benefiting the Russian and the Chinese peoples. And it is a stabilizing factor at the international arena, I think. Over there, I can see the placard saying children, so that we should not wade too much into the international affairs. Protect children, which is in the central sector. Will you stand up, please? Good day, Mr. President. Shamil Guriev, Tobolskoye Vremya. Still, the destructive information that children receive from the internet is a relevant issue, and school bullying stems from that, and calls for unauthorized actions and other provocations also originate from that. And not long ago, well, registration on social media with the passport was mooted. Will that happen? Will this be the case? And what other measures may be taken to protect the youths and adolescents from the potentially perilous information? Shamil is your name. I fully agree with you. It is one of the relevant issues and problems, not only in this country. And you know, it has been discussed in many nations. It's been discussed in mass media and in governmental bodies. The US Congress also holds hearings on that, and they summon owners of the global platforms, global social media, for whom it is merely a business and money comes first, and they want to dodge international oversight. And they want to avoid thinking about children's interests. The question number one for them is gaining profits, and hence all the negative manifestations and calls for suicides that are quite often seen there, and tragedies at schools. We have prevented more than 100 cases of tragic developments in schools. More than 100 offences, real formidable things, and some things that still occur. Well, they could have been much more numerous. 127 offences were prevented, and it is a huge headache for the whole of the world, and definitely want to land them here, want to make them abiding by the national legislation and open their branches here. And with respect to introducing the identity in the internet, well, and dropping anonymity, you know, this is discussed and contemplated in many countries. In internet today is part and parcel of our life, and definitely it should be subject to the overall moral and ethical and legal rules. What we should do is to find a happy medium here, and not trying to suppress the freedom of expression and the spread of information on the internet, but still we should give our society a safeguard against these harrowing manifestations. And I hope we'll be able to find the golden medium, and we will cooperate with international platforms, insisting they be in line, in compliance with our legislation. Many countries virtually block their operation or slow down the traffic and wouldn't like to resort to these measures, but if obliged, if forced, we'll have to rank up our requirements to those who are negligent about the interests of Russian societies. By the way, we had bloggers accredited. Do we have any bloggers here in this room? Give this girl a mic, please. Introduce yourself. Good day. Anya Yevgevich, my name is. I represent a Russian social media yappy. My question is as follows. The development of the digital services has a lot of new opportunities to offer, including in education, like educating youths and giving them new knowledge is possible via games or entertaining content. And our Yappy app is quite convenient for watching and filming clips and movies. So what is your attitude to dealing with the use in such media, in such environments? Do you think they're degrading? Why degrading? The humankind has been on track of constant development and evolution, and children are always smarter than their parents because we have been accumulating information, and the ways to transmit that information have been improved. And the features and potential and capabilities of people, like physical and intellectual, have also been improving. They run faster and think better. Now, a lot of education is game-based, including for the youngest learners, and definitely the capability that you have mentioned definitely should be capitalized upon. This is why we want to introduce and deploy broadband internet connection up and down the country, make it universal. And we are about to finalize that in schools and be through with that in rural areas. And we earmark around 24 billion rubles on that. And the Post of Russia, well, probably many people argue we shouldn't be supporting Post of Russia, but I think we should for the sake of people, so that they can use the connection for their empowering. The question is not about creating the favorable content that would benefit them. No, we should prevent them getting hooked on the internet, being addicted to the internet and spending like 24/7 online. They need some motion, they need to practice sports, they need to go to theaters and museums and have offline life. So those social media should be complementary to real life. They should not be replacing real life. And people should not be immersed in the virtual world, which will cause a degradation. And this is why we have the authorities, representative authorities like parliaments and non-for-profit structures that are to come up with rules of conduct.
All right, let us give the floor to the foreign media represented here in the hall. All right, Sky News over there, the very right edge of our hall.
I'm afraid it's in English. You have talked a lot about security guarantees, and now we've seen your proposals. You also say you have no intention of invading Ukraine. So will you guarantee unconditionally that you will not invade Ukraine or any other sovereign country, or does that depend on how negotiations go? And another question, what is it, do you think, that the West does not understand about Russia or about your intentions? Thank you.
Speaking of the security guarantees and what it will depend upon, or if something will depend upon the negotiations, our actions will not depend on the negotiation. They will depend on the unconditional compliance with the Russian security demands today and in the historical context. In this sense, we have made it clear that any further NATO movement to the east is unacceptable. There is nothing unclear about this. We are not deploying our missiles over at the borders of the US. No. On the other hand, the US is deploying its missiles close to our home, on the porch of our house. So, are we demanding something excessive? We're simply asking them not to deploy their attack systems over at our home. What is so unusual or peculiar about that? So, what would the Americans think if we, for example, decided to come to the border between, say, Canada and the United States or Mexico and simply deploy our missiles over there. Well, did Mexico and the US never have any territorial disputes? What about California? What about Texas? Did you forget about that? But everything seems to have calmed down. Nobody remembers those things, just like the way they remember about Crimea. We try not to remember the situation in Ukraine. Who created that? Who started the crisis? Was it Lenin? Yes, when he declared the Soviet Union in 1922 and then the Constitution of 1924 following his death, was following the principles of Lenin. This is a matter of security, not just history. This is about security. It is not the negotiations that matter. It is the outcome, the result. I've reiterated this many times, and you're well aware that we said not an inch to the east. That was the NATO guarantee in 1990. So what became of that? They fooled us. We've seen 5 waves of NATO expansion. Now they're in Romania and in Poland, and they're deploying the relevant attack systems over there. That's what we're talking about. You should finally understand, we're not threatening anyone. We did not come to the US borders or to the UK borders. No, they came to our borders, and now they're saying that Ukraine will also join NATO and they will deploy their systems there. Or not just NATO, they will simply deploy it on a bilateral basis. They will deploy their military bases and their attack systems. That's what we're talking about. And you keep demanding some guarantees from us. You must give us the guarantees. It is up to you, and you must do this immediately, right now, instead of keep talking about this for decades. And use this small talk and soft talk about the need for guarantees of security for everyone. This is exactly what we mean. We are not threatening anybody. And now to the second part of your question. Could you repeat that, please?
You think that the West does not understand about Russia or about your intentions?
No, знаете что?
Yes, exactly. Well, you know, what you understand or what you don't understand, sometimes it seems to me that we live in 2 different worlds. I was speaking about very obvious things. How can you not understand that? You say you will not expand, and then you keep expanding. You say we will have equal guarantees for everyone on the number of international agreements, and then we see there is no equality or no equal security. See, here's the thing. Back in 1918, one of the assistants of Woodrow Wilson, the US president, said that the whole world would feel calmer and safer if today's enormous Russia would be replaced with the states of Siberia and 4 more states in the European part of Russia. That was said in 1918, and in 1991 we separated into 12 separate parts. It seems to me that our partners were not satisfied with that. They think that Russia is a tad too large. Even the European countries have turned themselves into a union of states. They are quite small states with populations of 60 to 80 million people, but even after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, we only had 146 million people, and that is too much for the West. I think that is the only explanation for their constant pressure against us. Back in the 1990s, the Soviet Union did everything it could to build normal relations with the West, with the United States. I will keep saying this, and I will repeat for your viewers and listeners out there from the media that you represent. I didn't quite get that, but that doesn't matter. Our nuclear sites, our military nuclear sites, had experts from the US intelligence authorities. They were going there. That was their job, to visit the Russian military nuclear sites. They spent their whole days over there. And the Russian government had advisors from the CIA working inside of it. What else did you need? Why did you have to support the terrorists in Northern Caucasus and use the terrorist organizations to reach your goals and break down the Russian Federation? This was exactly what you were doing, and as a former director of the FSB, I know that. We were working with the double agents, and they were reporting to us on the tasks of the Western intelligence agencies. Why did you have to do that? You should have done something different, perhaps treat Russia as a possible ally and strengthen trust. But no, instead you tried to keep breaking us up. And then you started the NATO expansion to the east. We were saying, don't do that. You had promised you wouldn't. And they say, where is it put in written form? Nowhere. Well, then naff off, and we don't care about your concerns. And every time we kept responding and trying to make obstacles, we were expressing our concerns about that. But they say no. So you can do whatever you want about your concerns. We will do whatever we need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We witnessed 5 waves of NATO expansion. Why can't they understand? What is unclear? I believe everything is clear. We are thinking about our own security. Okay, let us move back to the regions of Russia. I see Kaluga with the yellow poster and a white one. Please, over to you. Hello, Kaluga region, Nikotev, Tatiana Zemushina. I would like to come back to the topic of COVID. We were talking about its dangers, but the other diseases are still there. So here it is important to think about the regular medical aid. It is suffering since many hospitals are only treating COVID these days, but we have other restrictions, and this is why the regular medical assistance is decreasing, and in certain regions they have completely stopped any medical assistance apart from COVID. Is it possible to avoid this situation? Let's say if another serious wave comes, is it possible to avoid the situation? And second question concerns the regular medical checkups after COVID. It was announced in summer and it started in our region as well. I'm not sure if you're monitoring this and if you're reported. Is the system working and is it efficient and effective? Okay. Speaking of the regular medical assistance, it is true that in the first days of the fight against the COVID, medical assistance suffered. It was a natural process, since we needed to adapt and reorient a number of medical facilities to free up the beds for COVID treatment. Secondly, we needed to accumulate the necessary number of doctors, specialists, and even re-educate them, provide them additional training. We were using the general practitioners and the specialized doctors to fight against COVID. We were lacking in them, and we had to change the routing for the patients and the admission process. Certain facilities were used for COVID treatment, and in order to make sure that we provide the regular medical treatment, we needed to use additional resources from other hospitals and facilities. And some of them were closed down completely. Some hospitals stopped working since they needed the disinfection after working with COVID patients. There was a great deal of problems, and the first stage we were lacking in masks, the gloves, and the protection equipment. This meant that we had certain problems in the overall healthcare system. But I hope that we've managed to overcome all those challenges, and I hope there will be no deficit or shortage. But we had certain shortage in oxygen, sure, but thanks to the armed forces and the industry, we've managed to overcome this challenge as well. Let me repeat, I hope we can avoid this in the future. We have the involvement of volunteers. We're involving the university teachers, the professors, the students and overall, I believe that we have managed to accumulate all the strength, all the resources to provide an efficient counter-response and action to counter these challenges. One of the areas of our work is the prevention, as well as post-COVID treatment and recovery. We have allocated the necessary resources, so here's the way it works today. Unfortunately, it is not as efficient as we would like to. We have 1 million people who have been through the system of post-COVID medical checkup. By the way, the medical checkup should be always working as a sustainable mechanism, regardless of any COVID restrictions and challenges. The post-COVID medical recovery and medical checkups are quite efficient tool which has a positive effect on the people's health. Sure, there are certain prejudice and challenges. The people are simply scared of visiting the medical facilities of this kind. They're afraid of facing the infection there and getting reinfected. But I must say that our medics are doing everything they can to ensure the safety of those who come for the recovery and the medical checkups. And they provide the necessary assistance. After COVID, people really need medical help. We all know that COVID hits all the internal organs of the body. It hits the cardiovascular system, the internal organs, the heart, the kidneys, the liver, everything. And even the brain can be damaged. So they need recovery. And we've established a very good system, and I hope it will keep expanding. Okay. We've made the necessary conditions. All right, let us continue in the same sector from the bottom. Channel 1 Russia, please. And moving further ahead. Thank you. Pavel Krasnov, Channel 1 Russia. Question regarding natural gas. Europe has been hit by an acute gas crisis. And when it started, the prices were surging. And then we heard the endless accusations against Gazprom and Russia in general, saying, and very recently there were accusations that we were not providing enough gas through the Yamal-Europe gas pipeline. We were accused of monopolizing the market or not shipping enough gas, and Ukraine is also asking the European Commission to oblige Gazprom to sell more gas. It seems ridiculous, but the Europeans don't find it funny. The situation in Europe is very grave. The prices are hitting $2,000. It was unimaginable, but I have a question. Is there even a tiniest speck of truth in the accusations that we hear against Gazprom? Of course not. There is no truth about that. We're simply talking about attempts to reverse the situation and turn it around. We had a question from a different colleague of what the West couldn't understand. Let me say it like this. They're lying to us. They're confusing everyone. Gazprom is shipping the entire volume that was requested by our counter-agents in accordance with the existing contracts. They're shipping enough gas, and they're even increasing the volume by around 12% or 20%, something like that. They're increasing the shipments towards Europe. Please sit down. And yes, we're increasing the shipment volume, and I believe that Gazprom is the only company which acts in the same manner. I had previously mentioned at various events, including international ones, that the US suppliers are not supplying the European market enough. We're talking about the LNG. No, they're transferring their shipments to the premium markets in Latin America, in Brazil, and then moving towards China, South Korea, and Japan, since the prices there are higher. Europeans used to think that they had premium markets, but no, they were left behind, and the prices keep creeping up. There are numerous factors, including bad weather conditions, the extreme cold last year, the long spring and cold temperatures, and not enough national supplies, and not enough wind energy production. This created a shortage. This is why the officials are going hard on their own national gas and oil producers, and they do not invest enough into expanding their production. This means we have a shortage. Not enough supplies in the underground storages, and now not enough supply from the storages. This creates a problem, and certain Western operators are stockpiling their gas in underground storage in Ukraine, and they're actively using that stockpile right now and using that nationally. Sure, they've nothing else to do, since the gas from the underground storages is much cheaper than purchasing gas on the market. But let me repeat, we must not destroy the long-term contracts. But no, says the European Commission, we must use the market terms. The market will regulate it. Well, here's how it regulated that. Now we have $2,000 for 1,000 cubic meters. Well, you're welcome. No, yesterday they were crying out, saying that Russia and Gazprom were expanding and conquering the market. There's no conquest. Yeah, sure, we're supplying enough, but we are not the sole supplier in the European market. We are the only country that increases the supply. They keep saying that we're supplying for the spot prices. I say that, first of all, we must satisfy the demands of our long-term counter-agents in accordance with the contracts. Our largest buyer is Germany in Europe. We're shipping about 50 to 51 billion cubic meters. So we have a surplus of 5.6 billion cubic meters as 10% increase, over 10%, which is quite a significant figure, I must say. In Italy, we have also increased the shipments with the 4.4 billion cubic meters of surplus. You mentioned the Yamal-Europe gas pipeline. Yes, I do see the accusations against Russia and Gazprom, saying that Gazprom for 2 or 3 days hasn't booked any traffic for the shipments through the Yamal-Europe gas pipeline. Well, I find it very distasteful. This is unimaginable. Gazprom didn't book the Yamal-Europe gas pipeline for the sole reason that the counter-agents, first of all the German and the French companies purchasing the gas through this pipeline, did not apply to purchase that gas. So there is nothing to buy, there's nothing to transit, since there are no applications for the shipment. So what did they start doing? They began the reverse supplies from the gas pipeline. So they're supplying gas from Germany into Poland. And for several days they've been pumping gas from Germany into Poland. I think that this might be quite interesting for everyone. Why? Well, because we're shipping gas to Germany in accordance with the long-term contracts, and the price for the gas is 3 or 4 or even 6 or 7 times lower than the current spot market price.
So even if you resell 1 billion cubic meters, you can get almost $1 billion. It's business. So they have got a certain volume of gas, got 5.6 billion cubic meters more than stipulated by long-term contracts, and right now they're reselling that. But that's not all there is to it. So they're getting gas and they revert the gas flow. So gas cannot, move in 2 directions through one pipeline at the same time. So there are no applications for gas purchases on the one hand, and the other hand they are pumping gas to Poland. There also this additional route, and I think that all this gas is in the end getting to Ukraine. And customers in Germany have to know about what's happening in reality, and they should probably ask the competent authorities so that those explain what is happening. So instead of pumping gas into Poland and then Ukraine, trying to support them, it would be better to continue supplies into Europe, into Germany in particular, so that we could exert pressure on the spot prices, because if there is more gas available, then the prices are going to be lower. But that's not what is happening. So what's the problem here? Apparently, it's not Gazprom who is the source of the problem. It is better for them to sort out their own issues and to respond accordingly. And they shouldn't think that they are so smart. They created this mess themselves, and they have to sort this mess out on their own. We stand ready to help. And that is what we are doing, and I think I've cited enough evidence to support that. Let's move on through this section. Mir, please. Mir. Yes, it's the first row. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Gozel Kamaeva, TV company Mir. At the end of the year, there is a meeting planned between you and President Lukashenko. This is the 6th time you meet this year. When will citizens of Russia and Belarus feel the true results of the roadmaps for further integration of the two countries, single roaming and paper circulation, the documents? You know, we have a great deal of measures to harmonize our economies, to make them more efficient, and not just roaming, of course, even though this is the issue that has to be on the agenda and people have to feel the real results. We have done a lot in terms of free movement and the labor market, as well as social protection measures in a number of fields. Right now, what we need to do is to synchronize our taxation and also customs legislation, and this requires a great deal of work. We need to have a uniform understanding of how we must act together to achieve the best results possible. This is the most important thing. We need this fiscal policy harmonization and customs policy harmonization. This is going to be a very difficult path. This will take us time to agree on our positions, and I have to tell you that Mr. President Lukashenko and his team are tough negotiators, but we both understand the movement we need to be pursuing. I refer in particular to the procurement by Belarusian economic operators. I refer to transportation. I refer to a great number of issues that require attention. And I'm confident that our citizens will feel the fruits of our labor. This is not, some divine gift that is going to fall from the sky all of a sudden. No, this requires work. We are building a union state, but so far the level of integration between Belarus and Russia is, of course, far lower than in the European Union, for instance. I'm not even talking about single currency. Maybe this might happen in future if our competent authorities come to an agreement of that. But before that can happen, we must harmonize our legislation and economy, anti-monopoly legislation, tax legislation, customs legislation. We've agreed to work on that, and we'll begin working, and I'm confident that the results will come. Volga? No, I see a sign, garbage. It's very prosaic, but it's a source of concern to millions of people. So let's talk about garbage and waste. So these are the issues that our citizens are concerned about. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Kristina Kormagina, Online 47, Leningrad region. My question is as follows. In Leningrad region, we see the active phase of the waste management reform. Waste sites and dump fills are being closed, and we are searching for a site for waste treatment facilities. But the thing is, people who advocate shutting down landfills are against the construction of waste treatment facilities. And throughout the Leningrad region, everyone says you can do it wherever you want, but not here. You can build it on the moon, but what are we to do with that if everyone is against that? I think this question should be addressed to the governor of the Leningrad region. Please take your seat. I would like to say the following. On the whole, this waste reform, despite all the difficulties, is progressing. Our main objective is to solve this issue. That is our ground task. But along this way, we had to set up the operating companies to perform these functions, and we've set those up in almost all regions of Russia, and they have started to function, and the number of sites they're operating has increased as well. One of the first steps was to ensure the separated collection of waste. And in certain regions, we are ahead of schedule by 40% or so, according to the materials that I've been given. So we've hit this 40% mark, which is higher than the indicators we initially planned. And the same goes for waste treatment facilities. And the same goes for new waste management sites. We need to do something with waste. It has to be stored somewhere. And there are different options available. There can be incineration plants, waste management plants. There are other waste treatment procedures. Some waste simply cannot be removed, and it has to be stored somewhere at a special site as far from the residential areas as possible. And this is the work we are pursuing, and so far we're ahead of schedule, as I said. And this is a good sign. Of course, the question always remains, how do we explain to the people that there is a good rationale behind our decisions to construct waste treatment facilities here or there? Mostly these waste treatment facilities, they're not only in Leningrad region, far from St. Petersburg, far from big cities and towns. You know, there are some waste treatment facilities that are located inside big cities, like in Japan, when there are waste treatment facilities at the very heart of the city. And they are fully functional, and they have no negative impact whatsoever on the environment or on the health of the citizens. But for this to happen, we need to raise the awareness of the public. We have to draw the attention to other factors, such as the salaries, the creation of new jobs. And I think if we follow this path, if we explain it to the people, then we will arrive at a consensus. Thank you. Volgograd, it's, you know, this very section. Oh, I see the Federal Penitentiary Service. Yes. Mr. President, please introduce yourself. My name is Ksenia Sobchak. I didn't see you too far from here. Well, that is why I'm wearing this red dress. You know, once the archive of torture was published, you know, I just came from Irkutsk, and we are following this topic of this archive, and right now there is a heated discussion about Leonid Sagalakov, that is head of the regional federal penitentiary service, and recently he was appointed as a general. So I would like to ask you whether you get any objective information on such people, because there is a lot of evidence showing that this particular person was involved in those torture. It is very important to understand who provides you with information on such appointments, who provides you with their background information. And recently, a draft law was introduced to the State Duma on expanding the notion of what torture is, what constitutes a torture, and toughening the sanctions for that. And Mr. Peskov said that the president is not going to come up with any initiative on this draft law. So what do you think? Do you think that torture is a systemic issue across the Russian penitentiary system? I think someone must have told you something about these archives and these tortures. You probably had an emotional reaction to that, because, you know, a great number of people, more than 300 people in Irkutsk detention center, they were tortured, they were raped, and all law enforcement officers whom we talked to tell us that this issue can be addressed by different options. In particular, you can remove, the function of pre-investigation at detention centers. Because in detention centers, there are people who spend years in these detention centers awaiting trial, and they are responsible for the torture, and each and every person like that is reporting to this or that law enforcement agency to improve the indicators, the success rate. So how do you intend to address this issue? As far as torture goes, as far as any inhumane treatment is concerned with regard to people in detention centers and in prisoners, unfortunately, this is a problem which is not endemic in Russia. If you look at similar institutions across other countries, you will see that they have as many problems as we do. This is a general problem across the world. Maybe there are some countries, there are some institutions where everything seems very good, but in Europe, in France, in the US, there are centers that are even worse than some institutions in third world countries. That's the first thing. Now, on to the second. We are talking about the development of our penitentiary system, the construction of new facilities like Kresty in Leningrad region, and a new facility was constructed in particular after my visit. Yes, that was quite some time ago, but I gave the instruction for the construction of a new facility because this had to be done, because it is very important to ensure decent conditions for people in detention centers. You asked me about the information that I get and I rely upon when I make my decisions. I get information from different sources, so it's not just one single paper given to me. When a proposal is given to me, I rely on information that comes to me from different sources, from different places. And only then do I make my decision, I sign it off. Can mistakes happen? Yes, unfortunately, that's just how life is. But in this particular case, concerning what you asked me, when making an assessment of the situation, we need to see what the investigation is doing. There is an inquiry. There are 17 cases, I think. There are dozens of cases. Criminal charges have been brought already. So let's just first look into that. I can assure you that there is not a single investigator who pursues their own agenda. That is why we decided to separate the Prosecutor General's office and the investigative committee. They are not connected, nor are they connected to the detention centers and prisoners who are reporting to the Ministry of Justice, not to the Interior Ministry. Even though this issue is constantly brought up and there are voices saying that to ensure efficient investigation, we need to get the penitentiary system back into the fold of the Interior Ministry. The problem exists, but we need to be very careful, meticulous, going about it, addressing this issue, investigating everything carefully, looking into those crimes that have been perpetrated. And this investigation has to be completed so that everyone understands that people responsible for such crimes will be held accountable. And that is how we will secure positive outcomes. And of course, we need to use the help of civil rights organizations. You know, when I meet members of the Human Rights Council, this issue is constantly on the agenda, and I try to respond to any questions that I get, questions about the conditions of being held in a detention center or in prison, human rights, health. I would like to underscore that prisons hold convicts and detention centers hold suspects, those who are suspected of criminal affairs, but these are still our citizens and we have to treat them humanely. And we'll work together in order to achieve a change for the better. I would like to remind everyone that you need to change your masks. Let's follow the recommendations of the doctors. Please change your masks. And meanwhile, let's give the floor to Echo of Moscow. P1 section. My name is Maxim Kotnikov, Echo of Moscow. Mr. President, I would like to pick up where my colleague from Sky News has left. She asked you about the guarantees, and as far as we know, you spoke 2 times to President Biden, so we would like to understand what is your view of this situation. Do your views coincide in terms of what the future of Minsk agreements has to be the future of negotiations? When we hear statements from the White House and from Mr. Peskov, we see that the positions coincide, but at the same time there is increasingly much talk about a potential war. And, people in Ukraine see that war is already happening, and it started back in 2014, and these people blame you and us for that. They do not try to differentiate, to assign blame, because they think that Russia is already at war with Ukraine. So you spoke about guarantees. What do you think about this situation? I got many phone calls from people, and their families are already discussing this potential war with Russia, with Ukraine, and they think that such an eventuality would be disastrous. So what do you think? Is this possible? Is it even possible to give an order to the Russian soldier to fight against Ukrainian soldiers, and vice versa? And a short remark, not everyone has managed to get into this press conference. And I have a colleague of mine from Novaya Gazeta, Dmitry Muratov, a Nobel Prize winner. And I'll read out his question so as not, to be precise. Mr. President, do you know who commissioned the crimes, the assassinations of Politkovsky and Nemtsov? Let me start from the last question. I did everything I could to crack these cases. And I gave instructions and orders to the law enforcement agencies, to the special services. As you're aware, there are people who've been held to accountable and they are serving a prison sentence. There is a view that they are not, those who commissioned the assassinations, that the real criminals managed to escape justice, but law enforcement have not managed to find those. And we did everything we could to find those accountable. And some of them even died when there were attempts to capture them. And I think you know about that, when they were arrested. I think this is score settling, and it's absolutely unacceptable, because it is to the detriment of our country. I am absolutely convinced that even if there was some political motive behind that, then I think it only happens in the heads of those who do not understand what they are doing. And people need to understand that the government is going to fight any criminal manifestations of this kind, and we will do everything that depends on us to do that. And if there is someone who commissioned those crimes, we will try to find them.
Now, second point, with respect to the future of Donbass, the future of Donbass is determined by those who live there. That's it, as simple as that, and it can't be otherwise. We believe that our part there would be like in mediation to provide the best enabling environment to create the good conditions, the best conditions for those who live there. Do we have problems? Yes, because in line with the Minsk package of measures, we are an intermediary, but they want to render us a party to the conflict, and the package of measures contains no such provisions, and we will not agree to that. And now, with respect to spitting in the TV screen, looking at what we say and do, well, there are always people who can spit into a TV screen watching what has been happening, for example, in Ukraine, and the country is plunged in abject squalor, preparing for the winter, and some of the MPs going around the country, coming to the regions, they face an outcry of the people there, and definitely they spit in the TV screen when they see the statements, the upbeat statements of the Kiev authorities. So definitely on both sides there are people who want to be outrageous. Now, with respect to giving orders to shoot, just ask the current political leadership of Ukraine. They give orders to shell Donbas daily. Not long ago, some time ago, were reached agreements to the effect that the response fire order can be given only by top brass and top authorities in Donetsk and Lugansk and the Kiev. Why was that decided? To stop those shellings and bombings, and afterwards the Kiev authorities repealed that, and they devolved that right to fire for impact to the warlords, to the commanders on the ground. How dare they shell and bomb their own nationals? They believe these people to be Ukrainian citizens, not someone else's. And now with respect to how we shall live in future, the Minsk set of measures says that the constitution of Ukraine should be amended with an autonomy granted and the election held and an amnesty proclaimed. But what are we seeing in real terms? You know, I have mentioned this draft law on the transition period, martial law instead of the elections, lustration instead of an amnesty, a return of the troops to the permanent stationing site instead of political procedures and elections. What does that mean, returning the troops back to their areas of their stationing? Like, it means deploying troops there without any political process, without any elections. And I said that the Minsk package spells out that there should be amendments in the constitution. Where are these amendments? And these amendments, according to the instrument, should be coordinated with the representatives of those breakaway regions. I recall that clearly. I participated in the design thereof, but no coordination has taken place. No proposals to amend the constitution were made, and they even declined to talk to the Donbass representatives, although back then in Minsk, when they signed those agreements, they insisted that the Donbass representatives should ink that document. And they signed it. They didn't want to do that, and we had to persuade them to do so, coax them into that, and they did so, and now no one wants to talk to them, and they are proclaimed terrorists. Why so? Why on earth? Because instead of accommodating the demand for peace that people have, capitalizing on that sentiment in the Ukrainian society, the President Zelensky, when he rose to power, he fell under the influence of the radicals as well as the previous leaders, those Nazi elements. But what is the problem, the main problem for us? The point is that we want to have a good neighborly relations with Ukraine, and we have been making all sorts of concessions. But how can we establish a relationship with this current leadership of Ukraine. Given all what they have been doing, it's impossible. But we are ready to deal with those forces that want to forge a good neighborly relationship with Russia. But what is happening to them? Extrajudiciary reprisals and sanctions against them that run counter to the Ukrainian constitution, or just murders and assassinations in plain day in the street. Just now, you asked about the murders that most unfortunately happened in this country. And you asked about the commissioners or contractors, but they are in prison at least. And what is happening then? People are slaughtered in the street, are killed in the street, and no one looks for the culprits. What about Odessa and the House of Trade Unions when people were burnt alive? No one lifted a finger to find the culprits, so we don't have a chance to work with those who are in favor of a good relationship with us, because those forces are destroyed. And now, with respect to our accords with President Biden, he proposed that we should appoint proxies or representatives to talk strategic stability, including our misgivings about greater threat emanating from the Ukraine. And he made this proposal, and we responded constructively. And during the talk, I told him that we would promptly send and submit our proposals. We would be ready to talk that on the OSCE platform. I hope that this first positive reaction that we have made an announcement to start working in early January will help us move forward. And I can see the red poster here, Tartar, it says Tartar. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Kirill Shmykov, Kazan First, an internet media from Kazan. In Tatarstan, as in many regions, we have been carrying out and allocating land plots for families with several children. And this is okay, and we have received those land plots, but you know, the social infrastructure, hospitals and kindergartens are needed there, and roads and public transport, and those families would really like the country to unveil a special program that would guarantee the development of those new territories, those settlements where families with many children live. Probably it may be a subnational program. And do you, as head of state, have any plans to landscape and develop and promote these territories? You know, you are quite right in bringing this matter up, because we have been allocating huge funds to develop infrastructure. And you know, these needs must be accommodated, must be fit into the projects of infrastructural development. I mean, those needs that you have mentioned, I just penciled that in. We will instruct the government and the regions to do so that they would have and submit their own applications to improve the regional automobile road networks, lagging behind the federal trunk roads. But still, we have plans for the future of how we will improve the statutory state and quality of those roads. And we need to match these issues, these needs with our development plans. And I will instruct the government to do so. And thank you for raising that. It is a very wise thing to do. Colleagues, just a minute. I wanted to say that the army of families with many children account for a bulk of our society, and we've been writing about them, catering to them, and they have been expressing gratitude to you for locating land plots. But yeah, and I understand that, and the 500 billion that was earmarked to develop infrastructure, and 460 more as part of the national project, and the funding from the National Welfare Fund should be rewired properly in order to be a solution to the complex objectives, including supporting the families with many children. And could we reach somewhat farther? The back stalls. Let's take someone from the back stalls, and here we have Volgograd. Will you raise your crimson placard? Very good day, Mr. President. Anna Kurho, Volgograd's municipal TV. Our hero city is a powerhouse of patriotic education, and you said a lot about the historical importance of the Stalingrad battle, and about preserving the memory about the heroic deeds of our ancestors in the Second World War, and preserving the memorials of war is a very important thing. By the 75th anniversary, the motherland sculpture was restored, and there is a lot of other installations and monuments that need restoration, including the museum of the Stalingrad battle. Can we hope for the federal support to restore these facilities? And if I may, another question on exoskeleton. Our scientists have designed the exoskeleton for the patients with impairments of the skeletal systems. And one of the patients couldn't hold a spoon in her hand, and now she's 4 times Paralympic swimming champion. So thanks to the rehabilitation, she managed it, and people from all our other regions and countries came to get rehabilitated. But local resources are insufficient, I believe, and why not establish an all-Russian center for the development and production of artificial limbs and exoskeletons? Definitely we should spare this a thought, because we have programs that cater to people with health impairments, and money is allocated, and the priciest things must be purchased, including from abroad. And I'm sure that those people that you have mentioned and their inventions are much less expensive than the international items, and I will flag this up with the government, and will think how to support these researchers, and whether we should establish a new center or there is another structure in place, and probably we will be able to provide other options of support to them, including via the SME support channels and welfare avenues, and supporting people with disabilities. There are different tools in that kit, and I will instruct the government to think what options to pick. Number 2, the federal support for the culture installations and establishments. Definitely to match and accommodate the glorious dates, we should pay heed to the memorials, and definitely I'm sure that the Volgograd authorities have been doing their best to support, and if anything else must be done, we definitely will lend a helping hand. I saw Mariel region somewhere. It must be Sector C4, Mariel. A very good day, Mr. President, dear colleagues. My name is Anastasia Petrova. I represent the Republic of Mariel. Mary Truth newspaper. Mr. President, you propose to proclaim the next year the year of intangible cultural heritage and kind of national and ethnic handicrafts. And we have a lot of people residing, talented people residing on our soil that have been promoting our indigenous cultures. So how do you think, Mr. President, whether we would come up with a law on handicrafts and promoting the arts and crafts? And I hope that my editor-in-chief will forgive me and the administration will forgive me. It is the first time that I have a chance to ask you this question in 20 years. So I have a small, tiny request to you, Mr. President. You know that, well, there is only one rail route from Yoshkar-Ola to Moscow, and we really would want to have more routes like servicing the Nizhny Novgorod, Samara, and Vladimir destinations. Because in May I had to go to Nizhny Novgorod and I ordered a BlaBlaCar vehicle, and you know I receive messages from con artists that want me to remit money to them, but you know the elder generation, I mean the people who want to travel to Nizhny Novgorod or Vladimir, they would remit the money to the con artists and fraudsters. So probably I think we should expand the railway network so that we could travel to other cities as well from Yoshkar-Ola. Thank you, Anastasia. I will talk to Oleg Valentinovich, the CEO of Russian Railways, and he will receive instructions to look what the connectivity of the adjacent regions is in terms of rail tracks. Definitely the Russian Railway operates under market terms, and they want to see whether the passenger flow is there. Well, but let them try, let them have a go. I hope that he is listening to me and he's watching us, but still I'll give him a special call, and I hope that something will be done about that and the connectivity issues, giving the vast dimensions of our territory is very important economy-wise and from the perspective of people's convenience. Now, with respect to handicrafts, we have made up our mind to support those who wish to develop the handicrafts and promote them. And in Mariel and other republics, we have a unique situation. When I came there and I saw people living there, when I saw what they have been using from the legacy from other generations, definitely I have the desire to support those indigenous traditional handicrafts, and we'll try to do our best. Thank you for raising this matter, because our versatile, multi-ethnic country should be supporting the indigenous and vernacular cultures and languages. So this is quite special. Thank you.
All right, let us not forget those without the posters. Let us, yes, the central row, the young man over there. Please introduce yourself. Hello, Mr. President. I represent the Red Note newspaper of Vologda region, Artyom Vovat. I have a question. You know that the Vologda region is the home place of Father Frost, and in particular the city of Veliky Ustyuk. You've been there, I'm sure, and yesterday one of the people of St. Petersburg has sued our Father Frost for not complying with his wishes for 23 years. He hasn't granted any wishes to him. What do you think about our compatriots who have recently started to use the hype or trying to capitalize on any topic there is? And that's the first question. And the second one, what is your relationship with the Father Frost, Santa Claus? Does he grant your wishes, and do you have any wishes before the upcoming New Year? Since I would like to ask you a good and nice question. Are we talking about an adult man? Yes, he's a lawyer from St. Petersburg, and for 23 years his wishes haven't been granted. I think he's quite an adult and grown-up man. All right. That's a grown-up man from St. Petersburg and a lawyer. So am I. That we have something in common with this man. So what can I say here? I would like to say the following. Since I am also a lawyer, I could be an attorney for Santa Claus or Father Frost, and I would like to remind this lawyer that Father Frost grants the wishes only for the good boys and girls. So he'd better analyze his own behavior, and perhaps he could find something that was bad about him which prevents him from receiving his New Year's presents. That would be the first line of defense for me as a lawyer. Speaking of hype, it's good as long as it's not malicious. But if there is any sense or speck of good humor about that, then there's nothing bad, I think. And what is your personal attitude to Father Frost? Well, so far, me and him have been quite well, and I'm grateful to him for being here today with you in the quality and in the post that I'm holding, and I'm even more thankful for that to the people of the Russian Federation for trusting me with this high position. And I hope that Father Frost will accompany each of us not only with presents, but also with carrying out and implementing and succeeding in all our plans, the plans of each citizen of the Russian Federation. Let us move sideways. Yes, someone without a sign. Russia 24. Yeah, no, sorry, Dmitry. Sure, Russia 24 will have their question, but there's someone with a sign saying the overpopulation or the relocation. Yes, that is always a very acute matter. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Darius Shevchagina. I'm the city of Syktyvkar from the Republic of Komi, and for 11 years I've been working as a public activist, working on the community and utilities union of Republic of Komi, and I'm also a journalist. And one of the key matters that the citizens are asking about are related to the relocation program for the people living in dilapidated housing. Our country has a unique experience of financing such projects of resettling and relocating people living in dilapidated conditions, and currently we are in the middle of the second program for all the regions. And so first I have a proposal for you. Could you consider the possibility of extending this program? The current one has been working from 2019 and will keep on until 2024. If possible, could you keep up the financement every year along with the relocation of the people? We also have new houses which are considered dilapidated and subject to bulldozing. And the second question, what is your opinion on the conditions which are given by the federal center to the regions in order to relocate the emergency housing? Will we change the conditions for such programs? And could you please take a closer look at the relations between the relocatees and the banks? For many citizens, the apartments are subject to mortgage. They are taken as collateral, and sometimes people cannot reduce their debt to the banks. Oh, wait a bit. What about the mortgage? What is the link between mortgages and the dilapidated housing? See, here's the thing. Several years ago, many people bought their apartments using mortgage, and then their apartments begin to be considered as emergency housing. So if any program is adopted, then they are forced to keep on the payments to the bank and stay in their emergency apartments. And they understand that they cannot sell that, and they will have to keep waiting and at the same time keep paying to the bank. And this is a concern for many many people. The housing in disrepair is a very urgent problem for many regions, including the Republic of Komi, and the local authorities are trying to take stock of the housing in disrepair, mostly wooden buildings, which are currently considered disrepaired, but they would not be included in the program, since it only involves the houses which were declared as in disrepair before the 1st of January. So we expect that the houses considered as disrepair this year must also get involved in the program. So here's the thing. We must find a solution for the problem of mortgages for these people who have nowhere else to go. All right, please take your seat. Yes, the first program was only involving a certain time of period of disrepaired housing until the 1st of January 2018. I've mentioned this many times, and let me say this again. We must help the people in these situations. We must get them out of the slums and the disrepaired houses. Speaking of the mortgages for the disrepaired apartments, this is a special situation. This talks leaps and bounds about the quality of the construction. So we must see what we can do about the construction companies. We will help them, of course. So the first question about the co-participation and co-financement by the regional authorities. Overall, and I mean it, regions are always eager to reduce their own participation in the financement while allocating more for the federal budget. This should depend on the regions and their specifics, as well as the state of the regional budgets. For the people, it does not really matter who is paying for the program. They do not care about the relations between the Russian finance ministry and the regional finance authorities. The people are concerned with their own problems, and if the state authorities actually believe that they represent the state, they must think about the people and their needs. Naturally, we will keep adjusting this mechanism, keeping in mind that the financial capacities of the regions are growing, and the revenue of the regional budgets has significantly increased. And the finance ministry is well aware of that, which is why we will stick to the reality. We are always working on that. We're always monitoring that and discussing this within the government. And your question is another reason to get back to this question and have another discussion. And now, we all must also think about the people who are paying the mortgage payments, who have bank loans. I do not have an answer right now, but we will try to find one. And if this problem actually exists, we will definitely find it. Speaking frankly, this is the first time I've heard about it. I've always thought that the housing in disrepair was built a very long time ago, sometimes in the 50s, and that is why it is breaking down, and we had to take the people away. But if there is actually a problem that you're talking about, sure, we must deal with that. But the most important part of your question is whether these programs will continue in the future and whether we will continue the program for the relocation after the 1st of January, and if we will keep allocating the money for that. Yes, we will. The program is currently being prepared. Now, no, Spas channel, if I may. Oh, yes, we had Russia. Yes, and Russia 24 will come next after that. Sector C2, please. Do not worry. Don't be nervous. Hello, my name is Veronika Ivashenko, Spas TV channel. I have a following question. Mr. President, today you started talking about the demographics and about families with many children. So here's my question. We all know that our main problem in Russia is the demographics, the population. Currently, Russia is unwilling to give birth to new children. Our life is getting better. We have all these benefits and quality of life, but for some reason people are not bearing children. And if we take a look at the statistics for divorce, it seems that we have no experience of building families. What is the reason? What is your opinion on that? is this a disease of spiritual matter? Our whole life, we've been proud of that. My great-grandparents had 10 and more children. We've always had many kids, and we have always been sticking to the traditions of a strong family. What are the measures, apart from the economic ones, apart from the social payments, what are the measures which could change the situation for the better? You mentioned the tradition of having many children in Russia. You know, my parents, my mom and dad, their families and their parents' families had many children, 9 or 10 children, boys and girls alike. And by the way, on both sides of the family, almost all of them died during World War II. That is a great tragedy, a great hit on our demographics. Let me remind you that we had a serious demographic problem during the war, and then in 1991, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Why is that so? We couldn't make long-term planning under those conditions, and even in 1991, after the breakup of the Soviet Union, the people had the same sentiment as during World War II, the Great Patriotic War. We couldn't plan ahead. We were not certain about the future. This is exactly why it happened. And speaking of Russia being unwilling to bear children, I mentioned the year 1991, and then came the year 2004-2006, when our birth rate was much higher than in 1991 and further on. Our birth rates were on the rise. And this, well, it might sound prosaic, but this is related with the change in economic situation and the fact that people are more certain about their future. Raising a kid is quite complicated, both financially and in other terms, so all our actions, even those during the pandemic, were aimed at supporting the families with children. I was talking about this in the very beginning, and I will not repeat that right now. Let me simply say that our main goal is to make sure that in the years to come we can create the complete chain of supporting the motherhood and childhood, from childbirth until the school graduation. At every step of the process, we will take the necessary support measures which are already in place, but there is a certain disconnect with the age of the child, and we will try to fill in the existing gaps in the upcoming 1.5 years. And I do hope that this will play a positive role from the point of view of supporting the demographics. But there are finer matters at play as well, much deeper and unclear reasons, since there is a similar demographic problem present in all the post-industrial states. Take a look at Europe, say. It is all the same everywhere. What is the reason for that? The reason is the change of the priorities in the lives of the people, including priorities of the women of childbearing age. The main priority is education, postgraduate study, the career, and the family only comes after that. And they reach the age of 30 years, which is sometimes they will not even consider having a second kid at that age. This is a very fine matter. Even specialists in demographics who are working professionally in this area do not have any clear answers to those processes. This is more or less so. At the same time, speaking of the spiritual matter, you are absolutely right to say that career and welfare, sure, they matter a lot, but we must also understand that happiness and the joy of motherhood and fatherhood are much higher than any material benefits. And at this point in time, We must keep building up on this understanding. We must not impose this on anyone. This must slowly be realized by the people. We must not impose anything. We must simply show all the sides of the matter of this big, friendly and positive family. We must show the joy, the happiness of having children. We must convince the people that there is no greater happiness in this life. But we must do this in a talented, in a fine manner, using mass media. We must use our artists, our public organizations, the NGOs. We must support the people who are taking the decision to have a child. We must provide them with material support, and let us move along this way together. Yes, I see a lady with a sign saying pain. What happened? Hello, Republic of Buryatia, telecom radio company Asa Kasyanova. The thing is, our region has one very acute issue. Our infection hospital is in a very bad condition. It is 80 years old, and it only went through repairs one time. And it does not have too many patients, about 200. And now during the pandemic, this matter has exacerbated a lot. And so we would like to address you. We are asking for your assistance. We need a new building, and the Republic and the local authorities are working on that. They have already found a land plot, but unfortunately it takes great money, and our Republican budget does not have that. Is that the Republic of Buryatia? Yes. Of course you do have the money. The people are just trying to save that. And this is a question for your authorities. And it was the right thing to do, to ask this question. I promise that I will look into that and see what we can do to solve this. It is a very relevant issue. It is more than the pandemic. This is about any future possible scenarios. In the previous years, when everything went fine, we reduced certain financement in this area of healthcare, and this is why many things have reached an unacceptable state. I will definitely take a look into that and try to react to that. Thank you. Yes, and one more question, if I may. Recently, Ulan-Ude suffered a very large utilities disaster, the fire at the local energy facility, and so you would like to speak instead of Mr. Piskov, I see. All right.
Do the job of my press secretary. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Mr. President, colleagues. My name is Bairma Radnaeva, Buryat TV channel. The thing is, in the 3 in the morning, there was a big utility incident in Buryatia, in Ulan-Ude. There was a big incident at one of the heat and electricity stations, and 1/3 of the city is left without electricity and water. Right now, they're trying to calculate the losses, and it seems that the repairs will be very costly. The funding is not going to be enough, so the authorities would like to request for federal assistance. And there is another question, Mr. President. Recently, there's been talk that Lake Baikal can become a federally protected territory. We have a similar case, Tunkinsky National Park. People who live there have run into difficulties in getting a license for their land plots and in some other respects. So can you tell us anything about what's going to happen to Lake Baikal? So is it going to be more difficult for the citizens of Buryatia to live next to Baikal, to visit? As far as the heat and electricity station is concerned, we'll look into that right away once the press conference is over. I will look into that. I'll find out what's happening and what I can do to help. Secondly, regarding Lake Baikal, I haven't heard heard of that. I didn't even know that there was any discussion about making it a federal territory. And be that as it may, it's not going to be closed to the people. As far as I understand, there's been talk about securing additional funding to support and protect the unique environmental ecosystem in Baikal and to help people organize their lives and jobs better if they live next to the lake. But if people who live next to Lake Baikal have any doubts or suspicions whatsoever, let me assuage those. It's not going to happen. The only thing we will do is help preserve the unique ecosystem of Lake Baikal. And also, we would like to help people who live there. Let's move a little bit farther away to the last rows. Mr. Peskov, do you see anyone there? Let me have a look. Just a moment. I see a blue sign. Can you raise it high a little bit? Yes, that one. Go ahead. Good afternoon, Mr. President, colleagues, Kazakhstan TV, Indira Bagadar. Mr. President, can you tell us what Russia's priorities are going to be in bilateral and multilateral relations with Kazakhstan in the near future? As far as we understand, you had a scheduled visit to Kazakhstan, but due to the sanitary conditions, it didn't happen. Are you planning to visit our country next year? Indira, right? Yes. Let me tell you the following. Kazakhstan is one of our closest allies. We have unique relations. We've fostered with Kazakhstan. The groundwork was laid by the first president, Mr. Nazarbayev, and right now the new president has picked up the baton, trying to sustain the high quality of our relations. And we have very close, good, friendly relations with the new president. Yes, indeed, the pandemic has precluded Kazakhstan from holding offline meetings that were scheduled. But I'm hopeful that the president of Kazakhstan, as well as the first president of Kazakhstan, will accept my invitation and will come next week to St. Petersburg. There's going to be a traditional informal meeting of the CSTO and the Eurasian Economic Union. I do hope that this is going to happen. I look forward to that. And in a preliminary fashion, we've already obtained the agreement of the leadership of Kazakhstan. Now, moving on to our priorities. Economy, of course, is our priority. In economy, we pursue different avenues of cooperation, but the most important objective we have is to change the structure of our economic ties so that we could emphasize more high technology. I refer to digitalization, of course. There are other important avenues like genetics, medicine, outer space, exploration, because with Kazakhstan, we have been working together on Baikonur launch site. And I agree with the agenda formulated by our friends from Kazakhstan. If we work together, then Kazakhstan should not just serve merely as a platform for launching space vehicles. Kazakhstan has to take an active part and make a greater contribution to this activity, developing its own competences, and I agree with that fully. We are searching for the options, and I'm confident that they will implement these plans. We have very good humanitarian ties as well, and I'm grateful to the leadership of Kazakhstan for the great deal of attention they are paying to supporting and developing the role of the Russian language. You know all too well how many people in Kazakhstan study and speak Russian. This is a Russian-speaking country in the fullest sense of the word. The number of schools that teach Russian is growing as well. And, the branches of universities, they do the same. You've got very good universities. We work with Kazakhstan as a country that is an active participant of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that military equipment and other types of equipment are supplied to Kazakhstan at Russian domestic prices. And the first president of Kazakhstan was at the origin of the Eurasian Economic Union. So I am hopeful that the speed, the momentum we've managed to gain will be preserved. Well, if Buryatia has given back the functions of the press secretary to me, yes, they did it, not me. So, yes, if that happened, then let me take up the mantle once again. Russia 24. Yes, please. Mr. President, hi. We're here once again. We would like to ask you about Rosnano. As some experts say, the situation has taken the negative scenario, little information, and debt is very big, and company says that the debt is disproportionate, speaking about restructuring, whereas Fitch agency says that this is a test for the government. Everything that's happening around Rosnano, because, you know, there were state guarantees provided when the lending was provided to Rosnano, and right now the government has to respond whether it's gonna financially protect these high-risk investments. So what is your response to this question? Is the government going to pay back the debts of Rosnano, and what are the prospects of the company in general? Thank you. Indeed, this is a complicated matter. I'm not going to cite the figures, 140 billion, 102 billion. There are different assessments and different opinions with regard to the level of debt at the government and within the company. As you know, there's a new leadership at the company, and they have a blank check to carry out an objective assessment, to engage top-notch experts to understand what the situation really is within the company. Indeed, there is a big volume of state governments guarantees provided to Rosnano. But the thing is, it's a venture company, basically. And I'm not going to hide that. I was one of the people who initiated the establishment of the company. Because back in the past, I was pushing the government and the finance system, the economic system. I was pushing them towards, creating our own GLONASS satellite constellation. Because otherwise, we would have found ourselves in a bit of a fix, having no access to enough satellites, because, the capacities of our space vehicles, they were very limited. And back then, we would not have been able to create a satellite constellation which we required to address the tasks that were on the agenda. But thanks to that, we managed to establish that even faster than Baidu was created by China. It was very good, on par with GPS. And this was done by Rosnano. They were pioneers, treading an untrodden path. Some projects have been successfully implemented. Unfortunately, there are other projects they failed to implement, but there was a risk to that investment. And that is why the government provided its guarantees to support that work. But we need to have an impartial look at how things stand within the company. The company has to work with the banks, with the creditors. Sberbank has resold many loans. Maybe leadership of the Sberbank had some inside information. Be that as it may, they resold those debts. But state governments guarantees are there, and they have to be observed and respected. But that doesn't mean that the company shouldn't work with the banks, shouldn't try to improve its financial standing. And incidentally, as far as I know, recently the government, the company has recently paid back some of the debt out of its own money, which means that the company is still viable. This is a process, and I think it has to be pursued patiently, based on the current economic situation, and of course with the understanding that the projects have to yield profit, because this is the commercial company. But we will be there to help. I know too many regions. Yes, before that, Mr. Peskov, there is the sign that says coal. Could you raise the sign higher? Yes, that's very important. Let's give them the floor. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask my question. My name is Svetlana Chernadova, Barnaul, Altai region. I'm not going to dwell on coal too much because you know that very well. Altai region, just as many other regions of the country, have run into the following situation. Some municipalities, due to the lack of fuel or to expensive prices, they didn't start the heating season on time. So they missed the deadline. So my question is not about who is to blame, but what we need to do and what the authorities can help regions, how to adjust to this new situation when the coal prices are so high. Yes, I would like to know greater details from you about what's happening and where, because the regional authorities and the federal authorities have recently reported to me that everyone was ready for the heat season. So what are the failures? No, everything is in order right now and heat is being provided, but there was a certain problem before that, when municipalities were saying that the coal was too expensive. So the heat season has started, but the prices are still very high, and municipalities have to secure funding for that. Well, yes, it's only natural, but that's why the subsidies are there. By the way, let me begin to answer your question from another angle. It's no coincidence that we've made adjustments to the Constitution, because all levels of public authority, they are integrated into a single system. So if municipalities are lacking something, that cannot be used as an excuse for heads of regions. They have to respond accordingly. And despite high prices, they should have provided the requisite volumes for the timely launch of the heating season throughout autumn and winter time. It's good that coal prices, well, yes, coal prices have gone up, but they should have reacted in a timely fashion. And I can assure you that the companies get very good profits from their exports, and they can provide decent salaries and wages to their employees. And I think if the authorities raise that issue, the companies would have accommodated those requests. Well, this is just, you know, their bad, their mistake. You don't want to say what municipalities are concerned in particular. I'm not going to compel you to tell me, but please write me and I will look into that. At the regional level, everything is fine. But citizens have encountered this problem. What municipality? Well, Loktivsky district, there were many complaints there. People were saying that the coal was very expensive, they didn't have enough money. The way about it is very simple, it's very easy. We provide subsidies, especially during winter and during autumn, but the response has to be timely. There is nothing, you know, surprising about this situation. There is nothing difficult about that. It can be addressed and solved very easily. When preparations were completed, the regions and the federal authorities have reported to me. They said that everything was in order. Yes, sometimes failures do happen, but I will look into that. Thank you. Thank you. L3, I think, no, oh, you don't have a sign. The only person who doesn't have a sign. But please, introduce yourself. My name is Murad Gazdiev, RT. How did you guess? My question is about something you spoke recently. I'm talking about systemic issues in Western societies, such as cancel culture, the rejection of traditional concepts such as mother, father, family, even gender. You have probably heard of John Rowling, who's come under criticism even from actors who played in the Harry Potter movies. Well, she came under criticism after she said that a woman is a woman and a man is a man. What do you think about the new ethics? Will it bring about new values in Russia? And won't the fight of the government for traditional values turn, as it used to be in the USSR, into a fight against youth subcultures and youth organizations? Well, this carriage will arrive sooner or later because the realities are just like that. The internet is there. There are modern types of communication. So this is inevitable, just as it was inevitable with the pandemic of the new coronavirus infection. New strains are emerging, and we cannot escape that. We need to find an antidote which would be efficient. But if someone thinks that a man and a woman is the same thing, well, let them think that. But, you know, there is common sense. I'm afraid I might be mistaken, but I don't think I am mistaken. But in the US, I think, Ksenia asked a question about detention centers and prisons, and I think it's in the US. But if I'm mistaken, please don't be too harsh on me. But there is a prisoner who declared himself a woman, and he was in prison for a rape, and he demanded to be transferred into a woman prison. And once he was transferred, he raped the woman she was in one cell with. So we need some common sense. Or if there is an athlete, a man, for instance, who says that he is a woman and he competes in women's competition in athletics, heavy athletics. If it happens, then women's athletics will simply disappear. So we need to cling to common sense. I'm an advocate of the traditional approach, which says that woman is a woman, and a man is a man, and mother is a mother, and a father is a father. And I do hope that our society has this internal moral bulwark which has been formed by our traditional religions that have been present in Russia. The characteristic feature of our millennial society and its power consists in the fact that Russia was built as a multi-religious, multi-ethnic state, and we learned to treat one another with respect.
What means respect? That means paying the dues to the conventional, traditional cultures of ours, of all the ethnicities of the Russian Federation. They have their own moral protection against such practices. And we should take all the best things, but all the best things, and be on the cutting edge, be ahead of the curve in the technology and economy-wise, in education also. But I hope that our people will ward off the obscurantism, as I said, will be immune to the obscurantism. And, you know, we could struggle against this supporting our traditional, conventional values, which I always advocate for. Okay, let's move this way. Life should be given an opportunity. Good day, Mr. President. Alexander Yunishev, live. Coming back to the domestic agenda, at the outset you have said that our government performs in a satisfactory way. Well, personally, whom? You have given a bonus, and I wonder what amount the bonus is, and whom you have been chastising and criticizing behind the closed doors. Can you name those ministers personally? Just you go to Taiga with Minister Shoigu. Why haven't you taken Mishustin with you? If we take Mishustin, I recall an old Jewish joke. Who will stay in the shop? Who will work? Sometimes Prime Minister Mishustin goes to have rest, and each of us, like the Prime Minister, who is responsible and in charge, and he rings me up and says, I'm going to this and that place, but I'll be in touch always. So as regards trips to Siberia, I've been going there since the start of the aughties. People would ask me where I want to live, in St. Pete or in Moscow, but I like Siberia. It is a unique ecosystem. And it is the golden reserve of Russia. Are Siberians, in terms of their values and moral qualities. Definitely, every society is a motley horde, but still. As regards criticizing, chastising, or praising someone, I don't have anyone I favor in a particular way. If I see that someone starts underperforming or starts skirting some things, getting around some things, I always indicate that I don't have any favorites, and I actually try to guarantee that there is the proper attitude towards the issues that we discuss and resolve. And as regards the bonus, yes, I believe that as a result, as an outcome of their efforts to overcome the pandemic, some of the members of the executive office and the ministers deserve a bonus. But, in this case, we should not judge on a case-by-case basis, but rather assess the overall efficiency of the government. We shouldn't earmark one individual too much and neglect others, but 5 pennies would not be enough. So anyway, the team's work must be assessed. It's not about the individual performance, although this also should be done, and I have been doing that, believe me. But like saying that this man is good and this man is bad would be a wrong thing to do, because it is not about whether this individual is good or bad. The main thing is to accomplish our goals, is to be efficient. If we accomplish that, including myself, it's good. If not, it means that we are underperforming. Just some international media. I saw Raya, the Italian colleagues. Thank you.
Итальянское телевидение.
Sergio Baini, Italian TV. How much the relationship between Russia and Italy has changed under Mario Draghi premiership, and whether Italy can act as a broker between Russia and the EU? Well, our relations, as far as I feel them, I mean the bilaterals between Russia and Italy, well, has been like a model one, or it's quite sustainable, a good relationship which is non-partisan in nature. Irrespective of the political party in power in Italy. We follow in the footsteps of Mr. Berlusconi, who advocated for a better relationship between Russia and NATO. He initiated a number of long-term projects, including the SME cooperation. And that continues and goes on despite the specific party in power. So this national consensus is key to the relationship between Russia and Italy. Italy is a NATO and an EU member state, but still that doesn't prevent us from working in the context that we want. And so Mr. Draghi and I keep in touch. We speak over the phone in a favorable and benevolent way. We talk some of the things that are of interest for the Italian Republic to develop our ties. And definitely, given the good relationship between us, Italy probably could play a part in normalizing the relationship, including in the talks that are now planned between Russia and NATO. I can see SMA, which is a spinal and muscular atrophy. So that I saw a sign of a heart, and we'll come back to you later. Will you raise your heart sign higher? It is P2. I apologize. Probably this may be also appropriate. I come from Bashkortostan. My name is Gulnaz Aybul, and we love our city, the capital of Bashkortostan, the city of Ufa. And recently you signed a decree to commemorate 450th anniversary of our city. So I want to know what support the Federal Center will provide to us. As you know, when it comes to a birthday, we adorn ourselves. So, and definitely would like to have the high-profile celebrations. But it's not about round dances or any festivities. What we want is to have good infrastructure, new buildings, and good roads. So I wonder what support the Federal Center and you can render us. And are you preparing a surprise, and are you going to come? Well, thank you for the invitation. I'll try to be there. Ufa is a unique destination. It is a unique place in the Volga region. It has also always been one of the centers of the Islamic community. And as regards the anniversaries, it's not incidental that we have come up with this document, and together with the regional authorities we'll decide what the priorities are. And I would like to come back to what was said about your colleagues on the families with many children. We don't need additional resources. What we need is to use the ones that have been allocated to develop infrastructure, to keep a good pace of road construction, and bolster culture and other sectors. Probably we should redistribute funds so that Ufa could be well prepared for the anniversary as it deserves. Well, if you need additional funding, definitely we may grant that too. We'll talk with your colleagues. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And there is a proposal. Salavat Yuliaev is a hockey team who was well known. Why not hold a hockey championship in Ufa? Salavat Yuliaev is a top-notch hockey team. But with respect to the World Cup or World Championship, as far as I know, the next one will be held in St. Pete, but that also depends on the International Ice Hockey Federation too. So St. Petersburg and Ufa are a way apart from each other. But definitely Ufa is capable of having and hosting a highest class international sports event. We'll think it over. Thank you. Over there. The back stalls. So with the spinal muscular atrophy, well, why not give the floor to the very good day, Albert Musin, Yekaterinburg. I have two topics. SMA is the second, but my first priority is to support the students' games so that the students' games would take place as scheduled, and we have brought you a ball with the autographs of the best athletes, the wrestlers, the racers, and others. Well, we hope you'll receive this ball with their signatures. Well, now that you have mentioned that, definitely, I'm sure to receive it. And the second topic is the SMA. A major development happened. The golden jab, the Zolgan SMA drug was authorized in the Russian Federation, and this SMA is an impairment, a disease that congenital disease that will not allow children to live more than 2 or 3 years. They would die, and now many families have a hope to receive this support and to receive this jab. And but what the mechanism might be, they wonder, is it going to be the Circle of Good foundation that supports the SMA stricken children to receive the money and their families to receive the money? So how can the parents with children that are impaired in this way receive this assistance, this aid? As a matter of fact, time is short for them. It's a matter of months. In our region, we have 33 children that were diagnosed with SMA. In order to expand the number of children that would be eligible to receive this support, we have established the Circle of Good Foundation, and it is funded by the increase in the personal income tax rates for the affluent individuals. So this additional windfall income of theirs allows us to tax it, and the money, as we originally said, will definitely be spent on curing the patients with orphan diseases like the SMA. Previously, 74 individuals across the country received the support from different budgets, and now it's more than 100, or probably it may be 1,000. I'm not quite confident about the numbers here, but it has increased. The number has increased manifold. It costs a lot. It is quite expensive. I will not conceal that. Yesterday we discussed that with the colleagues, and they believe that after the first steps made by the foundation, and I will not tell you all the nitty-gritty of that, and I really want to say Well, what mattered most for us is to make sure that the money is distributed by people of gravitas with untainted reputation. And yesterday I was informed that, well, it is ongoing, it is underway. And via Gosuslugi web portal you can receive information, and medical personnel on the ground can consult you. And these are technicalities, and you, Albert, as a person that is knowledgeable of that and that you are showing your sympathy towards these ailing children and families, I hope that you will help them. But now the problem is about the age of the recipients. Now it is for those who are below 18 years of age. But I hope that with this therapy and with other medications that will emerge, for sure, we'll be able to extend the life and improve the life quality for those who have these diseases. And we are to start thinking what to do to help people when they pass the 18th anniversary, the 18th birthday of theirs, and live on. We'll definitely attend. Yes, over there is a girl, a young lady. Turn around, please. Yeah. Alexander Fedorchuk, Crimea 24 TV channel. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question on behalf of our republic. I want to express our gratitude to you for all the changes. Over the past 7 years, we have an improvement in infrastructure, and roads and kindergartens are being built, but unfortunately the mobile connection is at the same low level, and major satellite operators from Russia cannot be around in our republic. How can that be resolved on the national level, and is it possible that major operators will flow to Crimea, will go to Crimea? Well, that is because of the sanctions that are imposed by our Western partners against the Crimeans and Crimeans. You know, I said that it is quite bizarre. If someone believes that the Crimea is occupied, it means that the Crimeans are a victim to the aggression. But if they have rejoined the Russian Federation upon their free will, it is a manifestation of democracy. So the sanctions are struggling the democracy. There's only one possible answer. They don't care a dime about the rights and the interests of the Crimeans and about the democracy also. But we are aware of that and will respond. And actually, we will resolve the water supply issue and the energy and power supply and infrastructure supply, not only in Taurida. And I asked the government, they will build more exits along this trunk road, and we will develop infrastructure in the lateral on coastal cities and the hinterland also.
We will keep constructing hospitals, kindergartens and schools. We will be doing the renovation, the repairs of the housing, including housing in disrepair. And by the way, Crimea and Sevastopol were later involved in this system, the system of the relocation of the people living in the housing in disrepair. And so we have also involved them in this program. So far, they've been a bit lagging behind the program of the relocation for the people, but we will definitely continue our systematic work to find solutions for all the problems of Crimea, including the relocation of people from the disrepaired housing. Speaking of the mobile networks, just like in other areas, we will find possible solutions to ensure stable connections. I will not go too further ahead and provide all the detailed information on how exactly we will do that in order not to hinder the process itself. We will be thinking about that, and I hope that we'll find a solution. There are certain questions related with the income. Please wait a bit. The income of the population is a problem, the levels of wages and the prices. We will keep working on this in due manner. And I hope that the people of Crimea and Sevastopol are feeling this even today, and they will feel even more tomorrow. Please, Mr. Peskov. We haven't heard anything about sports. I see Dmitry Guberniev willing to ask a question. Dmitry, please, it's about sports, I'm sure. Yes, how could you guess that? First of all, I would like to wish you a happy upcoming new year, wish you all the best, happiness and patience that we all need today. Our athletes will defeat everyone. And in Russia, we have sports that brings us together, which is biathlon, but practice shows that in each race we will keep struggling for the medals, including the Olympic medals. And I would like to ask you, Mr. President, about the Olympics, which you will attend and visit the opening ceremony of the Olympics in Beijing. But still, keeping in mind the political boycott announced by certain states and numerous leaders, including President of the United States of America. In your view, what is the reasoning behind such actions, and does this remind you the situation of the pressure against China and the athletes? Does this remind you of the situation around the Olympics in Sochi and before that? Thank you very much. Oh, see, this decision is unacceptable and erroneous. I've been talking. It's been quite a while. I've been talking with one of the ex-presidents of the United States of America. Guess who it was? And he told me the following. The boycott of the Olympics in Los Angeles and in Moscow was a great mistake by the United States of America. And now the US keeps making the same mistake again. What is the reason behind that? Behind the political and the diplomatic boycott of China? They are trying to hold back the development of the People's Republic of China. There is no other argument for that. Sports, just like arts, must bring people together instead of creating problems in the relations between the people and the states. And if sports is deprived of the main goal, its main value, we see damage for the entire international community. And the most recent, quite modest option of restoring and maintaining the relations between the state are being destroyed and eliminated for the reasons of current political benefit. This is a mistake, but we can't do anything about this. Everyone makes mistakes, although not everyone repeats them. And this is exactly the case of repeating the past mistakes. The reason is, there is only one reason for that. The sanctions against Russia and so on, there is only one reason for that. This is not about the names of the national leaders or any current political matters or problems. This is only about one thing. This is an attempt to hold back the development, to make sure they can't raise their head too high and become a competitor. I mentioned the situation around the development of and the movement of NATO towards the east. Why did they do that? There was a social democrat in Germany, Eggenbar. So he suggested creating a security system in Europe after the withdrawal of the Soviet troops from Germany, from East Germany and East Europe. He suggested creating a new basis. He said that NATO had to be preserved without the inclusion of Central and Eastern European states. He argued and spoken out in favor of a new security system involving the US, Canada, and Russia and Europe. And this is an archive paper I was reading his talks with Mr. Falin, with the Soviet authorities. He said, unless we do that, then the virtual Berlin Wall will keep shifting to the east. And then, subsequently, we will face the same problems that we were facing back then. This is exactly what happened. This is an attempt to hold someone back, but this policy is a mistake. The same mistake as the attempt to use, in this case, sports to solve any immediate political problems. They cannot hold back China. They must realize that. There is no way they can do that. Today's China, by its purchasing capacity, is even more developed than the US economy, and after the year 2035 and 2050, China would inevitably become the leading world economy in all the other aspects. We must understand that, and perhaps if they understand that, they will act in a similar manner. Speaking of us, we were always against politicizing sports. I saw a question from the Far East in a blue jacket. Yes, Sector C3. Greetings, Mr. President. We're always glad to see you in Vladivostok. And I'm always glad to come to Vladivostok as well, especially after the relevant events that took place there, including the APEC and the restoration and the recovery of Vladivostok. And I hope all the people of the Far East can feel and see that. But there is a lot to come later. Your question, please. It is true. Vladivostok is facing great changes. On the first sign, I had a sign saying one-room apartment for 8 million. This doesn't mean I wanted to sell anything. This means that the housing prices in the Far East have reached an all-time high. We have a high level of construction. We have a great volume of constructing new apartments and housing, and we're solving many problems that we're facing. But at the same time, the prices are spiking, reaching 8, 9, or 10, or even 12 million rubles. In essence, we've almost reached the same prices as in Moscow. This was significantly affected by the reduced rate mortgages in the Far East. This has greatly affected the prices, and this is a great hardship for the Far East. We are now one of the 3 regions in the decrease of the population. The people are fleeing from the Far East. We have to do something about this. We must establish a special mechanism for holding back the housing prices. Otherwise, we will be left without the youth. Let's see. Irina, was that your name? Am I right? It is true that we have established an entire please take your seat. An entire chain of supporting the housing market, especially for the Primorie, the Far East in general. They have a 2% yearly rate, and the 3% of the agricultural mortgage, 6% rate for families with children, and we have also extended the reduced rate mortgage into this next year with a 7% rate. And sure, we're given a certain level of housing technology development. It's always improving. We're improving the level of industrial production of the construction materials. This is about the supply. The supply affects the demand and the prices as well. We introduced the 2% rate in order to decrease the prices, and overall it has played a positive role. The depopulation is happening, and the housing prices are not the only reason. We are currently considering what can be done. The low mortgage rates result in increased housing prices, but nevertheless, this also means that 90 million square meters of new housing has been constructed. We see obvious positive effects, and the number of families who are improving their housing conditions have increased multifold. This includes the individual housing construction as well. The Far East requires special attention. This means comprehensive work We need to stop the depopulation and reverse it. We must make the life in the Far East attractive in the modern conditions. What can we do for that? We must develop the economy. First of all, we must create modern, high-tech and interesting and high-paid jobs. We must make sure that people are eager to work there. We must develop the social sector. We must reinforce and build up the new universities in the Ruski Island. We must develop other universities and schools, kindergartens. We must make sure the life is comfortable. We have a large-scale program for that end, which includes the establishment of special priority development zones, as well as low rates of loans, and so on. We establish entire clusters of development. Not far from Vladivostok, there is a well-known Zvezda factory. We haven't seen such large-scale vessel construction even in the Soviet times. Zvezda is one of the largest dry docks in Russia, and currently, if needed, we can proceed with the construction of large-scale military vessels. We are currently constructing specialized civilian vessels for servicing the offshore drilling sites, for working in the sea, and so on. This is what we're doing. And the people actually come there to work. They come there from the European part of Russia, since that is interesting for them, and the payment is good, and it requires highly skilled professionals. This is exactly what we should be doing in all the areas of the Far East. We must keep reinforcing the city of Tsiolkovsky and the new space research facility and the space launch pad in the Far East. We must develop the car construction and use our own industrial facilities. We must work in all the areas to make sure that the life is attractive. We have the plans, but this is a matter of long cycles. The situation still is getting better. If you have any specific proposals, please formulate them and send them to us. We will be more than glad to consider them. Thank you very much. All right. I think we've taken enough of your time. I think we should be coming to the end soon. Please calm down. Just a second. We will take one question from this side, from the center, and the other side. So, please, Dmitry, choose anyone. Okay. Oh, I see a sign from Dagestan. Please. Greetings, Mr. President Magomed Magomedov, the Republican Information Agency, Dagestan. The head of our republic, during his meeting with you, invited you to visit Dagestan to celebrate the anniversary of Rasul Gamzatov, which will be celebrated shortly. But today, the republic is stricken by an energy crisis. At the same time, it is seen in everything, in water supply, in energy supply, and gas supply. And these problems have been accumulating for decades. This is not a problem of today. And we see that you understand. And the head of the republic understands this, but the problems have no solution, since they are mostly related with the commercial businesses which are working in the republic. Mr. President, we need your assistance. Back in 1999, the Republic of Dagestan was an important part of Russia's history, the newest history of Russia. It has played an integral role in that. And today, the people of Dagestan need your influence more than ever to make sure that the representatives of certain energy and transportation companies working in the Republic, controlled by Rosseti and Gazprom, Rosgidro, we need to make sure they pay attention to us, and instead of getting dividends and benefits from the Republic, they should invest in the infrastructure to make sure the people can have affordable and high-quality life in the Republic. I once again extend the invitation to you to visit Dagestan to celebrate the anniversary of Rasul Gamzatov. We know that you highly appreciate Dagestan. You know that Dagestan loves you. Wait a second, Magomed. I would like to find out more precisely what is the problem in energy. Let me put this like that. The energy and transportation systems of the Republic are very dilapidated and worn out. They can no longer bear the necessary functions in today's world. Sure, there are certain projects implemented by the regional authorities, but the regional authorities cannot bear this alone. For the people, it seems that there is no understanding between the commercial companies working in the Republic. They are the ones who define the work of the system. The authority works in such a way that it is controlled from the federal center, and this means that there are no mechanisms of local activism. What are the companies we're talking about? The electricity supply. Yes, we're talking about the Rossetti company in particular, or their affiliates. I cannot give the exact names. What else? The water suppliers. The water suppliers are controlled by the large commercial companies of Russia, and perhaps they may be affiliated with Rosgidro company, and there is a great problem related with the transportation of natural gas to the smaller villages. Thank you. Okay, I will look into that. The Rossetti company or some of its affiliates might be involved. Speaking of the water supply, we must take a look at the work of the local regional authorities. We must see how they work on the system of the water supplies. We must see if they are controlled by the Republic or any commercial companies. We must find out precisely what is going on. And the same goes for the Rosgidro company. I cannot give you a precise answer on each of the questions, but I have a clear idea of what we might be dealing with, and we will deal with that. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask you to extend my best wishes and the wishes of the upcoming new year, since I have a special relation with Dagestan. And the work in Dagestan currently is a great opportunity for the career, and the current head of Dagestan has become a head of the United Russia Party fraction in the State Duma. Mr. President, we do see your attention, and we always feel that. So in the name of the journalist community and the people of the Republic, thank you, and a happy upcoming new year. Thank you very much. Now a question from the central sector. Anything. Dmitry. Any poster, any sign. Yes, I see a lady in a green suit in the center. Greetings, Yuri Izmailova, chief editor of Young Lennets of the city of Penza. Yes, the city of Penza.
Mr. President, the indexation of pensions next year is scheduled at 5.9%, which is far below the inflation rates. The prices are rising faster. Are there any plans to compensate for that difference to the pensioners? Because as per the Russian law, the indexation has to be on par with inflation rates. Yes, I fully agree with you. And we shouldn't forget that. The government of Russia will have to do everything in its power to make sure it's in compliance with the promises of previous years. Before that, recently, we have been keeping our promises, and we will do that in future too. Now, next year, relevant decisions will be made on the so-called Siloviki, because in this particular field, we have to make adjustments too to even out the pensions and the salaries, and it concerns law enforcement and special services as well as the military. Yes, please. Dmitry, where do I turn? Well, the public television of Russia. Let's give them the floor. Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Olga Aslanova, Public Television of Russia. My question is due to the calls from our viewers. It's well known that very costly infrastructure projects are being implemented across big Russian cities, whereas the rural regions are still very outdated, very archaic. Sometimes you have to go 20 kilometers to get to school. Sometimes there are no buses simply because the roads have fallen into disrepair. There is no sewage, there is no water supply in the countryside, but still the internet is there. So what is the government trying to do? Will it look on a systemic basis into infrastructure and the countryside, or will it just do some patches? Of course, we are going to do that on a systemic basis. We have a special roadmap for that, and it'll get the necessary funding. We also have national projects that I have already mentioned throughout this press conference, and the national projects pay particular emphasis to the countryside. The countryside has been demonstrating very good progress over the recent years, and this has to be reflected and has to translate into social well-being and welfare of people who are responsible for the rising productivity, people who provide our country, our citizens, with the food essentials. I think I've already spoken about the program on rebuilding, reconstructing schools and building new ones, and I would like to say that the countryside is going to be the emphasis within this program, and I would like to ask that to be taken into account. You mentioned the internet. You said that the countryside sometimes is lacking some basic essentials, whereas the internet is provided. Well, of course, we have to think about essentials, but the internet should be there too, so that young people in the countryside can get the necessary education, get services through the internet, even in the most remote areas and rural areas. And as far as small towns and countryside towns go, additional funding is provided to address these tasks. This is a large-scale project, and of course infrastructure has to be developed. A great deal of money allocated for infrastructure will be funneled into the countryside. Yes, and Dmitry, the last question. Valery Samfirov, one of the veterans of the presidential pool. Mr. President, just a small clarification. There was a quiz. Who was the president who said that boycotting the Olympics was not the right thing to do? Was it Trump? No, it wasn't. My question is about the forthcoming year 2022. It seems as if it's not going to bring anything good. You are still going to keep everyone in the dark, in suspense, whether you're going to run for presidency once again. Maybe the pandemic is still going to continue to rage, and the restrictions brought about by the pandemic will still be there, and the WHO is going to find another reason not to recognize Sputnik V, and our Olympic team still will compete not under the Russian banner but under a neutral one. So what do you think the new year can give us as a source of optimism? You, I think, mentioned that this joy should not be just a dim glimmer. No, we need something good, a source of optimism and joy. Yes, I think this source can be the implementation of our plans. This is everything we are doing. We want to improve the lives. Now, regarding potential internal political events like the elections, this is not something I'm thinking right now. A colleague of yours, that young lady, asked me about securing the interests of the pensioners, and this is something we have to be thinking about. If the inflation rates go up, we need to adjust the income of our pensioners. Yes, the pensions do grow, but promises we gave before have to be kept, and this indexation has to be on par with inflation rates. And this is something everyone has to remember at all levels of authority, municipal, regional, federal level. We need to ensure the best possible quality of life for our citizens. The plans are gigantic. A lot of money is being allocated, and we need to make good use of that for people to feel real changes for the better. Happy or not, we need to do that. And I will nudge the government and the leadership of the country to work in this fashion, to move in this direction, to address the tasks on their agenda in the interests of the Russian citizens. Well, I think we need to give the chance to ask the last question to a woman, a lady. So, don't you see anyone? Russia, culture? Yes, please, go ahead. The first row, please, at the center. Good afternoon. My name is Yana Muzika, Russia Culture TV channel. Mr. President, we see a growing number of administrative and criminal cases involving accusations of extremism, propaganda, or insulting someone's feelings, performances, concerts, books can be subject to these investigations, and even citizens who put anything on their profile. So where does this line stand between insulting someone else's feeling and the right of an artist to self-expression? You said placing photographs and also the rights of an artist. If you place a photo of Hitler or Gimler on the website of the Immortal Regiment, is this about exercising your right to self-expression? Let us have a long look at that. Yes, we need to ensure freedom of creativity and freedom in general, because without freedom we won't be able to move forward. We'd be in for a very bleak future, a very dim future devoid of any prospects if we had no freedom. But we need to understand that this freedom can, at a certain point, run counter to the objectives we are pursuing. And this conflict emerges when this freedom clashes with the freedom of other people. You represent the media culture as a very good Russian TV channel. If there is an insult against Prophet Muhammad, do you think this is about exercising your freedom of creativity? I don't think so. I think it's an infringement of the freedom of religion. This is also an insult to the sacred feelings of people who profess Islam. Moreover, it brings about even more acute extremist sentiments. You remember those people who went into the office of the newspaper and they simply shot everyone. It was terrible. So freedom has to stem from inside, and it is to involve respect for everyone. You need to think about who your actions can affect. I said today that Russia is a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state, and we have it in our blood to treat the traditions and one another in general with great respect. And this is a very good groundwork that allows Russia to exist as a multinational, multi-ethnic state. And I can feel that in other countries we see that this culture is somewhat lacking. So why transfer this deficiency, this lack into our country? And this has to be an organic process. You remember the heads and the proprietors of the biggest networks and media got together. They adopted some internal rules on how to do their work without, hurting or affecting young people or anyone, not to insult anyone. And this is the path we should be following. Yes, and the last question, yes, the young lady over there. And then we will conclude. Yes, please. Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Zuhra Ishmuhamedova, Sputnik News Agency. My question is about Afghanistan. On August the 15th, all of us witnessed the Taliban movement seize power in Kabul after the flight of now ex-President Ashraf Ghani. My question is whether Russia is going to recognize the Taliban government and what are the prospects for developing ties between Russia and Afghanistan. I would like for the relations between Russia and Afghanistan to develop in the best possible way, because we have mutual interests in stabilizing the situation in the region. And for us, this is not just an abstract matter, because we have open borders with Central Asian countries, former republics of the Soviet Union, and there is a possibility that some extremist elements can infiltrate there, and that is why we cannot but feel concern. Moreover, we still see that a great deal of drugs flow to the world markets from Afghanistan. 90% is originating from Afghanistan, and this is something we are concerned about as well. Now, as far as recognition goes, we need to look at the realities, and we need to understand that the forces that have found themselves at the helm in Afghanistan will try to make sure that all ethnic groups are represented in the government. I think this is a necessary condition for getting in place the conditions that will give hope to an improvement of the situation. But what we need to do at the current point in time is to provide support to the people of Afghanistan, and those who should bear this responsibility primarily are those who have dealt the greatest blow to Afghanistan, those who've been present there for 20 decades, who have been dismantling the economy of the country. They have to contribute to its rebuilding. The first thing that needs to be done is to unfreeze the assets of Afghanistan in foreign banks, American banks in particular, in order to provide support to the people of Afghanistan. Otherwise, there's going to be famine, and the consequences will be dire, and they will affect the adjacent countries as well. Concerning recognition, we are working in coordination with all other international actors. We have a position of our own, which I've just articulated, and we will strive for this decision to be a consolidated one. Well, maybe another lady from the very center, the woman in red, Madam Sobchak. This is not you. You asked your question already. Yes, my name is Anna Ozerova. A personal question to conclude, just briefly. Given the pandemic, don't you feel this lack of personal communication, a deficit of emotions and impressions? You said that you speak to your employees from a distance of 3 meters. If there is no contact, this eye-to-eye contact, is it efficient enough? Moreover, yes, you speak with people through video conferences. Maybe it's more efficient, faster, swift, but still. Let me respond to the first question. This 3-meter distance is not that big of a distance. There's a big distance right now between the two of us, but we still have a free communication. And if a colleague is sitting 3 meters from me, that's not that much of a distance. I almost don't feel it. And of course, if communication is carried out through modern media, well, it's all been fine-tuned. It's all very smooth. Now, as for communication with my family, with friends, with whom you need to sit very close, of course, I feel this lag just as any other person would. And another question about your athletic regime, your sports regime. Are you still following your schedule? And what about your leisure time? How has your leisure changed due to the pandemic? Do you follow what's happening in theater, in cinema? Are you following popular bloggers? Do you watch them TV series? Well, honestly, I'm not following what the bloggers are doing. And, well, I haven't been following people for a very long time, since I quit the Federal Security Service. As for sport, and as for my leisure, leisure is almost non-existent, but I do sport still because I think this is my duty. It's my duty to keep fit, because if I'm not fit, it's going to be more difficult for me to keep my schedule. And I need to keep my schedule, and I need to keep my promises to the Russian people and do what you ask me to do. And I would like to wish you a very happy New Year, and my best wishes go to you.